Start streaming. Start streaming.
For streaming?
Start streaming.
Hooray!
If I keep pressing the button, it makes the stream more and more.
Cool.
Start streaming. Here's a link to the stream. Well, start viewing. Start viewing the streaming.
Hello, viewers.
Hello, streamers. It's me.
Wahahaha.
Waha.
Okay.
Ha ha.
I think I said wahahaha.
You said waha. I transcribed it.
I have never in my life.
I wrote down what you told me to write down. What you told me I am to have wrote.
Okay.
I done wrote it.
All right. So this is Iron Man?
Is it? Is there a part in Iron Man where a bunch of soldiers parachute into America? Because that's an American ass road sign there, yeah. Like
maybe
like a sideshow attraction sign.
Is this Red Dawn?
I was gonna say my guess is Red Dawn. My first guess would be Red Dawn.
You know what sucks is Red Dawn.
I've never actually seen Red Dawn.
Both Red Dawns are terrible.
Kablam! Apparently, fucking cooking. Yeah, this road sign here is like. Hold on, you don't have the. Let me show. I'm not showing you the program feed. Let me.
That make it a little.
Yeah.
I can do it and live it in real time.
Yeah, professionalism. I still don't know why. Like half the time I send you the program feed and you don't get the audio, any of the audio, which is not how it should be working. But whatever.
Yeah. All right, let's do the next thing.
Look at this. Look at these top 10 titles for guest number 1. Fucking Good Morning Vietnam.
Does not make sense.
Good Morning Vietnam. Okay. Top Gun. Just look at the. Far be it from me to tell other people they're not good at Framed after all of the evidence of how bad I am at Framed. But come on now. This is Argo.
Okay.
I don't know. This is probably not Argo, but you think Argo's a reasonable guess?
Yeah.
With everything?
Yeah. Well, that wasn't it.
Well, it ain't Argo.
That's like a British police person.
That's what I was about to say, yeah.
Bobby. Is this Searching for Bobby Fischer? I haven't seen that movie. This is what it's about.
I don't think that movie is about a Bobby. All right, people are starting to trickle in. Hey, everybody. Hello, welcome to the pre-stream.
Is it RoboCop? Can you fly Bobby?
This is the birthday energy. It's Amabel's birthday, everybody. Say happy birthday to Amabel. The present that she is getting herself is torturing me in some way that I'm not clear on yet. This was what she wanted to do today. I don't know what to tell you.
Try RoboCop.
Want to try RoboCop? Okay, I don't think it's RoboCop, but you're the birthday girl, so
we haven't seen the newer RoboCop. Maybe
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's a man with a face. This is gonna be some fucking. This is gonna be some serious movie about terrorism or something.
You think so? I feel like
either that or it's the British Batman. You know how there's like Italian Spider-Man?
Yeah.
It'll be like that, but for Batman.
Let's try Rock and Rolla. I don't think that's it, but it feels like
I would be a little surprised if Rock and Rolla was even in their database, and also I don't remember how to, because it's spelled in a non-standard way, right?
Yeah, it's a rock and then an N and then a roll.
Yeah, is it a big N?
It's a big N.
I don't roll.
Okay.
It's spelled. I can't guess it because I can't spell it. Hello.
Right,
hello. Welcome to the pre-stream. It's Amabel's birthday. Skip. She says skip. Why? That's Aaron Eckhart. So, like I said, Batman.
British Batman.
Jeez. This is
There's
like
not any kind of
this is like pretty
UK stuff.
pretty recent Aaron Eckhart. Is there not? Is there a British Is there a British Olympus Has Fallen? That's the vibe I'm getting, right?
London Has Fallen, I believe, is the
London
name of the
is it London
British
Has
one.
Fallen?
Yeah.
Boston von Duren den Hollander says, "Happy birthday, Amabel."
Thank you.
Amabel,
You got it.
I'm cooking.
We're killing it.
I am actually doing an all right job today. Nighttime is the Right Time by Atlantic Records. Amabel, what is the?
I know the song, but I don't know
the year of this recording.
I want to say it's in the 60s or 70s. I don't know the
Okay.
exact year though.
So what does that give you then, film wise? Is it a vampire movie?
You think so?
No, I'm asking you.
I don't know many vampire movies that would.
That would have a record.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a more modern movie though. If it feels like with the color
for
temperature
sure.
and the aspect ratio. Let's skip if you don't have anything.
Yeah, it has a lack of the sort of grain effect that I would expect.
All right.
It was a
Well,
modern
this is
movie
very-
about the past.
Yeah, and it's a very formal looking.
So welcome y'all to the pre-stream. We're just playing a little Framed while people trickle in before Amabel tortures me to death live on the internet.
That's not exactly what I have planned.
She's gonna make me play video games. Can anyone imagine a crueler penalty?
Is it The Irishman? I've never seen The Irishman.
Okay, sure. Why not?
But like, if it feels like gangster movie, maybe. Okay.
Okay,
Well,
you're getting a gangster movie vibe. I have literally no idea. None of this is speaking to me at all.
all right. Yeah, let's skip this. This.
That's fucking Nick Kroll.
Well, I don't know.
So this is gonna probably be a comedy.
Hot Tub Time Machine. Is he in that?
He
It's in the past. I don't.
He might maybe. I feel like it's the right kind of thing.
Is that where they go in the Hot Tub Time Machine? I don't
to
know.
the 60s, I don't believe so. No, but also it's not in the database. So,
I'll another skip then, I guess.
man, Olivia Wilde and Nick Kroll, like what? I don't even know. And Chris Pine. Boy,
Yeah,
if you've seen this movie, you know what this is by now. But I have. See, the trick with this is learning to get the ones that you haven't seen.
Yeah.
Right? The way that we were able to like pull London Has Fallen from tone setting, but I have no idea here. Okay, yeah,
just
this
fully...
this is I assume the protagonists of the film. Don't worry, darling. A film I've literally never heard of.
Oh, I've heard of it because it's the one where there was like a big, weird.
Harry Styles
there
gets
either
his
a
dick
law-
out and it's big and weird.
It was either a lawsuit or it was a disastrous press junket. I don't remember which. But like, it was in the news for that reason.
Fake Alex Blue, it is, in fact, Amabel's birthday. Welcome to Amabel's birthday. The vengeance is upon me, to be clear. Fake Alex Blue had asked, is it Amabel's birthday or merely her vengeance upon birthdays? No, it is Amabel's birthday and her vengeance upon me. A couple more? One or two more?
Yeah, one or two more.
All right. Welcome, y'all. Welcome to the pre-stream. We're hanging out while people file in before we do. I literally have no idea what Amabel's gonna unleash some concepts upon me. a marriage solemnized at sea, the QE2, between Elizabeth James and Nicholas Parker, in 1986. Amabel?
I don't know this one. The aspect ratio is really interesting because this is closer to like Academy ratio, which wouldn't be used in a movie from the 80s unless we're talking about something like you know how like a Wes Anderson will sometimes use different aspect ratios? Yeah, but I don't...
Nicholas Parker and Elizabeth James. Yeah, I got nothing. This is not...
Oh, is this...
Oh?
Is this one of the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies? Because his parents are spies who die in it, and I believe...
Oh. Interesting pull. Quick, what's a title of one of those movies?
Amazing Spider-Man. Well, that's not it. Then.
Here's some fencing. I like that, though. I like that pull with the Nicholas Parker. That's interesting.
Yeah, I actually don't remember Peter Parker's dad's name is Nicholas, but it definitely is a Parker. It's definitely part of it.
In his family, they passed down the first name.
Is this one of the Kingsman movies?
Oh, that seems possible. There's some white-ass names.
There's an earlier one that was... The King's Man.
The King's Man?
No.
No.
All right.
Camp Walden.
Yeah, I got nothing
Camp
on
Walden,
this one.
And that might be... I was going to say that might be Elizabeth Banks. I'm less sure now. That is a woman approximately the height of Elizabeth Banks, in my opinion.
Okay, actually, I was looking at this. It's not Academy ratio. I was looking at because of the crawl on the screen, I thought the thing extended down further than it did. It still feels... Yeah, I don't know.
Pitch Perfect. It's not Pitch Perfect. Remember how good we were doing? Maybe I should have stopped. Elizabeth Banks-sized woman is one of the standard sizes of white woman. I don't want to hear it. It's a normal... That's a normal thing I said.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
This is not helpful to me. When you hit 4 is usually when they dump you something pretty serious, and this is not helpful to me because I just don't know who this woman is.
I feel like it is a spy kind of thing because why would you have the fencing? You know,
maybe
like fencing, and there's a Queen Elizabeth.
Wow. Okay. That's a fucking aged leather ass Mr. Quaid there. He looks treated. He looks chemically treated.
Okay, well this isn't Wilder Napalm because he's younger than that.
Totally Harmless says, "Happy birthday, Amabel." V-Fig says, "Happy birthday, happy vengeance." Robin Bennis would like to know if we have venged the Ents yet. No, you are in time. We are pre-vengeance. I have not yet received it.
Yeah, I guess let's skip this.
Oh well, there that is.
Okay, what does that tell you?
This is the Parent Trap remake.
Oh, I've never seen the remake.
I've also never seen the remake.
16 times.
I've also never seen the remake, but that's the Lindsay Lohan of it.
Okay.
Right there. All right, one more. Try to regain some of our. We did.
Yeah.
I feel like we did a really good job for like 2 or 3, and then things just kind of went off.
And then people started filing in.
Yeah, as soon as people showed up, all of a sudden it went to shit. We suffered brutal performance anxiety, and I'm not blaming y'all. I'm blaming us.
Okay.
But it is.
So that ring.
Yeah.
What is in the middle of that ring? Is that?
I don't know. I don't know the middle, but the corners are the Miller logo. Miller beer. Some kind of boxing movie?
Yeah, it feels more like boxing. I was gonna say wrestling, but like the only wrestling movie I know of is like The Wrestler, and this does not look like as much like shit as The Wrestler does. So
lovingly. Aronofsky, you know, he makes some decisions. Honestly, though, I don't like that movie at all.
It's not good. No.
Is this Ali?
Oh, it might be.
I'm just trying to think of like prestige boxing movies. Okay. That following into this is interesting.
Yeah.
So this is Security Room. This is maybe a crime movie.
Yeah.
The identity of this fellow is probably quite important.
Yeah. Crime movie with boxing. Who would assume imagine such a thing?
And it feels like a 90s movie maybe. I'm just like from the tech level here.
Yeah.
You'd think it would be something a little slicker if it were later.
Yeah. I think we'll.
Yeah, this is a type of film that I was not into until later. So this is kind of in a blind spot for me.
Okay.
Yeah, Fake Alex Blue. I think those were VCRs. I think those were rows of VCRs.
Who are these actors? Do you recognize any of them?
Yeah, these are the mid-range shot stand-ins for the Ghostbusters. This is Ernie Hudson. This is what's his face with the glasses. There's your Venkman back there.
All right, let's.
That's pretty funny.
I guess.
No, that's fine. Don't laugh.
I laughed. The mic clipped it out.
I'm gonna assume the mic clipped it. Okay. Oh, this is Nick Cage, I think.
Yeah.
I've seen this shit right here before. This is a Nicolas Cage.
Is this 8mm?
Ooh, I like that. It's not though, unless no.
It was 8mm. Yeah, no. Is there another Nicolas Cage movie, like a boxing crime movie from definitely the 90s?
I don't know. I think we've identified the vibe and the feeling of this movie, and that's the same as getting it right.
All right. Well, let's get. Do we have another?
Liv Schreiber holding up the suspect, making an announcement about the perp in his military dress. I had no idea.
Yeah, I don't.
Liv Schreiber. Oh, you know what? It's like it's at the edge of my consciousness. I can feel it tugging. Snake Eyes. It's called Snake Eyes or something like that, right?
Snake Eyes. Yeah, no, you're right.
I just wanted to be clear. I want to be clear that this frame did not get me there. That was just how long it took me to remember from Liv Schreiber. Yeah. Nicolas Cage, Liv Schreiber, and the time period was what got me there. And I bet that was Nick Cage in that second frame, right? This is him? Yeah, this is him.
Oh, yeah.
I told you. This guy. That was what I needed to cogitate out. All right, before we go any further, hey, check it out. Pre-stream music and probably post-stream music provided by our friends over there at the Relaxed Movement, doing that thing that they do with the snow in the woods.
Yeah.
Now, you know what's weird about this one? This is the snowiest of the backgrounds that they use, and this one has by far the most rain sounds in the background of it, I think.
That's interesting. Okay.
That is interesting. I'm glad everybody agrees with me about how interesting that was and how valuable it was for me to say it. So, hey everybody, the pre-stream is over. What? The stream now it is now time for is that it's Amabel's birthday, and the present that she has chosen to give to herself is to torture me somehow. Yay!
So I have prepared a villain speech. If you can turn on the camera for me.
Oh
don't
wait,
need
you want
be
to
on
put
camera yourself if you don't want to.
you want okay, sorry, you
Put
want
my
me to
face.
you want
Put
me
my
to put you
villainous
live
face.
to the viewers. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me I'm going to be doing so much like fucking live programming of this.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And then we go display, turn off the gas cave. Do you want me to kill the music? Do you want to do this with no backing track, or what's the? Because this music's kind of not villain music.
Okay, yeah. Let's kill the music temporarily.
Okay.
Right.
Here we go. Everybody, on screen.
Hello, viewers.
Hold on a second before you get into monologuing.
Mm-hmm.
Fake Alex Blue has asked in chat, is it also my birthday? Like not my birthday, but Alex Blue's birthday. And yeah, that's up to you. That's up to you, I guess. It's your birthday.
Yeah. So I'm not really a birthday person. I am not. Oh, I am older now. Pay attention to me today. But today is a stream day, and that is important. And you, my darling, my sweetie, heart of my heart, in your infinite foolishness, said I was in charge of the stream. Bwahahaha. And you don't know what today's stream is. Now you know what it's like for Amabel when suddenly she doesn't know what the game is, and then she has to play it in front of fives of people. Today you are the Amabel. And I've been thinking all week, what shall I inflict upon you? And then I remembered the time you made me play Frog Fractions, which is like being made to play 3 or 4 different games. So that is what today is. You're going to be playing different games, a tasting menu of suffering. Now, obviously, if I tell you a game and you're like, Amabel, no, I don't want to play that, I'm not going to force you. You can always say no. I respect your consent and your boundaries. If you do say no, though, and someone in chat wants to guilt you into playing it by signing up as a new member of your Patreon or sending a super chat, I can't stop them. I know what you're thinking. You don't want people to do that. Well, then I guess you better play all the games I send you, beginning with Sonic & All-Stars Racing Transformed. So go ahead and do that now, and you can go to the gas cave.
By the way, I just want everybody to know that I did ask if there was any prep that I needed to do before the stream, and she was like, nah, sweetie, that's, we'll do it live. So I don't do I have this downloaded? Hold on. I don't. Install. Okay, it's only 7 gigs. It's just be a little second here.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's good to
be a moment.
It's good to install. It's good to download and install several gigabytes of data while the stream is running. I'm gonna turn the music back on. So that's happening, everybody. I'm currently being sent to kart racing hell. I actually think this is the best kart racing game. Although there's modern Mario Karts, they have a lot to recommend them. I'm certainly not saying they're bad, but there's some decisions, mechanical decisions, in the Racing Transformed collection that I think are pretty great.
Yeah. Now, is a Transformed collection? Now, why is it a collection?
Well, this is just like it has the DLC in it.
Oh, okay.
Which is not a lot of DLC, but it's got, I don't know. It includes the Metal Sonic and Ryo Hazuki DLC.
Ryo Hazuki is that the guy that drives the forklift?
That is the guy who drives the forklift, and he does, in fact, drive the forklift.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Cat.
So I'm doing it. I'm downloading the first of our Trials of Terror. I'm trying to match the energy.
Yeah. There is a theme to these 3, and I'll see if you can guess the theme as the event continues.
The theme is just going to be Sonic the Hedgehog. Games with protagonists that furries are into prominently.
Oh, that's right. I should have. You still have that totally legal NES thing, so you can play Samari later, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a Samari ROM, I don't think. Do you? Okay, we'll worry about it in a second. Okay, great news. The thing is done downloading, almost. It got to 99% and then hesitated strongly.
All right.
I should not have started speaking before it said 100.
Oh no. I will continue to enter chat. Do you have any questions? I'll continue to entertain the chat during this part of it, which I understand because of the nature of having to surprise you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was thinking that what I was going to do was secretly install them on your computer already while you were asleep, but you were in your chair, so I could not get to your computer to do that.
That is not. So I was asleep in the bed for almost 2 hours earlier.
Well, I was asleep during that time also, so that doesn't really.
Well, what are you thinking? It's almost like you're not really committed to this gimmick.
I'm a little committed.
Okay. You should be a little committed. I'm worried about
Happy
the
Pride,
installing.
everyone.
I feel like it's may not be installing. Yeah, happy Pride, everybody.
This is the last stream of this year's Pride. So really, have Pride every year. Every week, every day. Be proud.
We tried to have a party, but people wouldn't let us.
Okay, I mean, 2 people showed up. One of whom which was invited. I feel like that's pretty good.
2 out of how many? How many invites?
1, 2, 3.
It wasn't very many. The point
is
is
5 people who didn't show up.
Yeah, the point is most of them did not. We attempted to throw a party. Let me tell you something. Nobody fucking bails on an event last minute like trans women. I don't know what it is.
I do. We're all exhausted by the current climate.
That's interesting. It wouldn't. Okay. Never mind. I got it. I figured it out.
You have played it before on stream, so I assume that there is a way for it to.
Do you know when this game came out, Amabel? All right, here we go.
No, I don't.
Well,
also,
it sure wasn't yesterday, and that makes it dangerous.
This is very professional for the stream. Our roommate wants to know if you want anything from Meyer.
I don't know. I'm a little busy right now.
Okay. I know you're busy. I was trying to take care of it, but I don't know if we. No, thank you.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Whoosh.
All right.
Cryware. Welcome to the Cryware. It's me, the Cryware. Because of Amabel's vengeance that she's getting upon me.
Yep. But making you play this game. Wickedness.
Wickedness. Look at that. Look at Sonic driving a car. And despair.
All-Stars Racing transform.
The thing is, Sonic probably can outrun a car, like on foot, right?
Yes, I believe the car is canonically it's like a limiter.
Okay.
He has to drive. He has to be in a car so that it's fair for everybody else.
He does the race and then he steps out of the car and Vegeta's like, oh no, he was wearing weighted cars.
Yes, that's his weighted training gear. Emma, what am I doing?
You're playing. Let's do a race or two.
Okay. Not matchmaking. Career mode. Am I doing a Grand Prix?
Okay, sure.
Okay, this would be four. This would be 4 races.
We could do 4 races, yeah.
What do you want?
I have a list of games for you to play. Let's do the arcade one, I guess.
Okay, this is some cool tracks.
Yeah.
So I
I
used
have
to
a
be
list of games.
I used to be
You can get through all
very
of them.
fucking good at this game. I am probably not anymore
Why are you putting it on hard then?
because I'm turning the difficulty down. Let's try hard.
Character select.
I'm turning the difficulty down because I'm probably not good at this game anymore. All right, does Chad have a strong feeling here about who I should be playing? Obviously, we got your sort of your core Sonic characters. Your Amy Roses over here, BD Joe, of course, a longtime favorite of mine. Wreck-It Ralph. Wreck-It Ralph is here. Also, real life human
Dr.
woman,
Eggman.
Danica Patrick, for reasons unknown. Amigo from Samba de Amigo, of course, with the maracas.
Alex Blue asks if the crowns indicate what characters you've won the game with.
The crowns indicate which characters I've played with enough to earn all of their upgrades. Or the crowns indicate which characters have all of their different versions unlocked. So the DLC characters came with all their stuff unlocked, and then some of the characters I've played with enough to unlock all their stuff.
It's the goofy jester character.
This guy?
Yeah, that one.
That's Knights from Nights into Dreams. You'll notice that he himself is the car. So this is Sonic and All-Stars Racing transformed, and a critical part of this is that there is transforming. Each character, this predated Mario Kart doing this. This is where Mario Kart got the idea. Each vehicle has like a car and boat and plane modes, and you transform over the course of the race, and also the racetracks transform, and it gets wild. I don't remember the controls, by the way, so we're gonna figure that shit out live. I got, of course, Joe Musashi, the poor man's Ryu Hayabusa. Gilius, the dwarf from Golden Axe. Ages, which is Sega backwards. This is a VMU with like the car from this is like three classic arcade. Like, it's like the jet from Afterburner and a boat that is a Dreamcast controller, and that was pretty cool, I think.
Yeah. So the only suggestion we've gotten is Metal Sonic.
Somebody in chat's an edgelord. All right. I'm taking Ages because we're adjacent to Metal
Right.
Sonic. So this is the
Ages.
So the characters have these different sort of setups. They give you different stat layouts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for something that's got a little bit of speed, but also I definitely need to have some acceleration because my guess is I'm gonna be fucking it up left and right. This is pretty live. Yeah, let's do it this way.
Acceleration.
This is the slot machine, which every good competitive racing game has, where you can try to win the right to start the game with a power up, like a twister shield, perhaps. And now,
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
oh, I found the get. Okay, found it.
Yeah.
It was the other pedal. Somebody had the. You remember that scene in Independence Day where Will Smith tries to drive the spaceship, but the little diagram was on upside down?
No.
Well,
I've
that's
seen
just
Independence Day once, and I don't remember it very
that just happened to me.
Okay.
So this is of course, it is a Sega-themed racing game. That was not so good, not so graceful. All of the characters that you can play as are famous Sega properties, such as Human Woman Danica Patrick. And then, of course, all the tracks are based on Sega stuff in some way or another. So this, of course, is a House of the Dead. And if you've played a kart racer before, you're probably like loosely familiar with the idea. Ooh, I got a little gutsy there. Check it out. We're a boat that's a Dreamcast controller.
Pretty neat.
with an outboard motor in the VMU slot. You could do this with a real Dreamcast controller, and it will probably just destroy the controller and also your hands.
What is a VMU?
That is a visual memory unit. The memory card for the Dreamcast was also it had a little screen and controls on it, and you could it was like a very small Game Boy, but also it was the memory card for the Dreamcast. Tails, get fucked. Thanks for the coin, nerd. Get out of my way. Ow. I'm blaming Tails for that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So this is your favorite kart racer.
This is my favorite kart racer. I'm playing it like I've never seen it before, but I promise you I have many hours. So one of the things that makes this game really neat is that the almost all of the weapons are kind of avoidable. Like you have analogs to most of the kinds of things that you would get in a Mario Kart. This blowfish is sort of like oh god. This blowfish is sort of the banana peel equivalent. It's like I'm gonna drop a blowfish right here on the backside of the boost, and that's gonna make somebody unhappy. This remote that I have is the red shell, but like if somebody sends a remote at you, you can actually you can dodge it and cause it to focus on the person in front of you by executing any kind of boost while it's in the critical moments just before hitting you. The equivalent of the blue shell here doesn't hunt the first person down relentlessly and kill them no matter what. It puts obstacles in front of the front racers that can be, just avoided by a person with sufficient skill. All right, lap 3. So you're going to see some pretty significant differences here. For example, this big central stairway drops us down into the basement now. Oh no, man. Tails, you fucking asshole. Tails got me with the blowfish there.
Yeah.
This game also has actually a pretty complicated and intricate boost system. So you got your standard. Excuse me while I turn into 3 fighter jets and use guided missiles to cheat so that I can win this race. You might be noticing, as I'm executing drifts, I'm getting the standard sort of Mario Kart-ass blue sparks.
So a couple questions from the chat.
Hold on. I'm in the middle of explaining the boost system.
Okay.
If you hold that long enough, you can charge up 3 levels of boost that way. But also there's the zippers on the ground that give you some boost, and the power-ups that are equivalent to the mushroom that give you boost. You can actually get up to 6 levels of boost in total, but you can't receive more than 3 levels of boost from any one source. So in order to really be going fast, you have to be constantly weaving different sources of speed together. It's mechanically, it's a fairly complex game. It's got some very weird and wild racetracks that do a lot of crazy things. And also you get to play as a Dreamcast controller. Okay, I am now taking questions. Welcome to the Adders Lair.
Okay.
This is the Golden Axe themed track.
Why was the commentator mocking you nonstop?
That's not the commentator. That's an element of the car. Those are voice clips from Daytona, USA.
Gotcha. And then Alex asked if it says, Amabel, is SB a good driver? And I assume so.
She has no idea.
I've never been in the car with you driving.
Yeah, not once in our entire relationship have I driven. Although one time I did try. I don't know if you want to clarify that.
My car is very small.
Yeah, so a thing that I don't think has actually come up very much. It is a constant element of our everyday lives. but I don't know that we've talked about it too much on the channel, is that I'm pretty big, like as a person. I have very broad shoulders, and I'm pretty tall, and I'm just like large. I am fat as well, but I'm large in a way that I would still be very large even if I wasn't fat. And Amabel's car got into an accident at some point, and when they were doing the repair work, they took off the part that lets you incline the wheel back, tilt the wheel back for larger users. It's just gone. And as such, I literally can't get into the driver's seat of your car underneath the wheel to operate it.
Yeah. So that was the accident that was the accident that kind of changed my life. In that I was rear-ended. I was stopped. There's a lot of traffic on the interstate. I was rear-ended by someone going 60, 70 miles an hour. Somehow I lived, but really screwed up the car quite a bit. And then, I was on my way to work, and I missed work. And the next day, I got a disciplinary notice for, not dying in that car accident. And I was like, well, okay, I'm done here. And then I started doing board games full time. So, I'm glad, I guess, but I
So people may notice that I'm doing like flips and stuff off of the jumps. You get boost for doing tricks, and you get a special. Here, watch this. I evaded the thing. You get boost for performing tricks. You can perform tricks kind of infinitely when you're in plane mode, and those don't usually give boost. But if you perform a trick right as you're changing forms, you get an extra little bit of juice that's called a transform boost. There's a lot of sources of boost. You got to just learn it. Oh no, Danica Patrick has gone all-star. Look out. Those are the golden axes, in case you were curious. That's them right there. That's not real.
Now,
you said that like you believed me.
No, I said that. I did. I think.
Ow! Fuck. There's a lot of projectiles.
The one problem, the two problems I have with this game.
Yeah, tell me.
First, there is Rystar in it, but you don't get to play as Rystar. There's not a Rystar level, and I feel like that's a crime against me.
Yeah, Rystar is performing the Lakitu role here. And it's almost worse than him not being in the game at all, right? Because they're taunting you with it. But like, yeah, we know.
When are they going to do a Rystar sequel? People love fucking retro downloadable platformers. People will buy it. Just fucking do it. You make 10,000 Sonic games. Make a Rystar. People will like it. The other thing is that you don't get to be the columns from columns in this game.
Also true.
Lazy Metal Commander asks, which kart racer game first had tricks?
That's a good question. I actually don't know. Because, like, this is the second in this line of Sonic games. Because there's a Sonic Racer before this that is not transformed or transforming. It might be from that, or it might be a thing that the Mario Karts came up with first. There's not, not a huge number of games in the genre anymore, but it used to be quite a popular thing. There was a period where there were so many kart games around the PS2. So it's a thing that really could have come from anywhere. There was this really very weird proliferation. So not so good. A 5th place, giving me 16 points overall, which is going to be enough to keep me in first, but my lead is certainly not where I would like it to be.
Fucking tails on your tail.
The good news is most of the people who did well on the first track did real poorly on this track. This is a hard one. The bad news for us is the track that's coming up here, Burning Depths, is probably the track that I am worst at in the whole game. And that was back when I knew it. I remembered how it worked. Also, I just realized the background music's been playing the whole time.
Okay, I did not realize that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Sonic, oh no, it crashed.
Okay, well,
How about it
we can go on
crash?
to the next game then, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's a bummer.
All right, the next game.
I was enjoying that.
hopefully
That game's fucking great.
Next game hopefully won't take too long to install.
Okay.
It's called Slipways.
Okay. You know it takes like an hour plus to play a game of Slipways, right?
And I know the stream needs to be like 2-ish hours, 2.5
all right,
hours.
okay.
I timed this.
Here's the thing: Slipways doesn't need to be installed. Slipways is on the machine.
It might be.
Yeah, okay. I'll play Slipways. Oh no, the vengeance is being wrought upon me.
And we'll see once I tell you the third one if you can guess the theme.
Okay, so Kafir asks, what makes this cart game? What makes this a cart game? What is basically what's the genre? So a kart racer is the genre of racing games that have sort of like there's like a cartoonishness to the sensibility. They have particularly they have power-ups, they have weapons. You can directly interfere with the other racers by picking up and using weapons that are generally picked up from randomized boxes of some sort on the raceway. And they just have a vibe, you know. They are also incidentally often linked to they're often using like a popular IP, and not drawing from like original characters. So there's like there's obviously Mario Kart, there's the Sonic Kart games, there's the Crash Nitro Racing, whatever it's called. There's the Diddy Kong one, which does have some original characters in it, but also obviously has some Diddy Kong. There's that one with all the Neo Geo mascots. Did you have particular feelings here on what?
Just a standard run,
Also,
I guess.
Hold on. For some reason, this thing does not seem to be making sounds. Well, that'll do it right there.
But the first kart racing game, was that Mario Kart?
I think Mario Kart's the first one. This is not an area of particular expertise for me.
I mean, that might be why they're called kart racers. Also, is just
Yeah, it's just that they're Mario Kart alikes, basically.
Yeah, the same way you have Souls-like games because it comes from the Souls games and
FPS games were called Doom clones for like the first 5 years of their existence.
Metroidvania, yeah. Which apparently is called Search Action now.
People are trying. I don't like it. Listen, I don't love Metroidvania, but Search Action is not better. And I do think I think that a name that reaches back into the history of the thing, I think is a good thing overall.
Yeah.
So this is Slipways. Do you want to talk about? Did you have something else you wanted to? Did you want to monologue some more?
No. I mean, I'm gonna let you play Slipways, but we do have a question. Is 3D a requirement for kart racers? Death Rally would not count. I don't know Death Rally, so I
couldn't tell you, not familiar.
Okay.
I feel like there definitely are like top-down RC Pro-Am style racing games that have weapons and stuff. And I think if you say it's a kart racer to somebody, people are going to be thinking about that Mario Kart perspective for sure.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't like how drawing hard lines around a thing. I don't know. Like to what? I guess my question would be to what end? So this is a 3x. I like to call it. Is a strategy game that features a lot of the types of gameplay that you see in a 4x, except that you are very much alone and you are playing sort of score attack against a timer. There's no element of direct competition or combat or anything like that. It's just purely an economic game, and I think it's fucking rad. Let's see here. So we start by building a council out of 3 of the 5 races from this sort of alien federation here. And without really wanting to spend a lot of time digging in on this, I'm a little rustier than I used to be. In addition, these races are providing the basic technologies that will make up our tech tree. In addition, we get to select 2 perks from among the perks that they offer us. I'm going to start with 10 science at the start of the scenario, and also we're going to space architects. We're going to reduce build time and cost for structures. And let's get in here. This game is so rad. I knew it. I knew that the ha 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 birthday vengeance, like, I knew it was just going to be you having me play things that I love a lot, because this is you all over. This is your whole deal. So we started the scenario with 10 science. We don't have any science income, but we can do a little bit of buying right away here. You can see every time we invent 2 technologies, the window of available technologies will creep forward, and it's always 2 tiers wide. So like after we've invented 2 techs, we will no longer be able to invent the things on tier 0, but we'll have access to the things on tier 2. So with that in mind, I definitely want to pick up quantum sensors to increase the range and radius of our probes, and you'll see what that means in just a moment here. And then we're just going to hold on to the rest of our science. So we enter this area of space through the wormhole at the center of the playfield. It is January 3401. We have 25 years to rack up as much prosperity as a sort of a general conceptual idea as possible before our term as governor of the area ends. And so, to do that, we will be spending both money and time on various actions. So the simplest and first and most important action that we have access to here is the sending of probes through the wormhole. I'm going to reveal all this stuff. So you can see here it costs us 3 space dollars and 1 month to probe, revealing these subspace signals. The bigger signals are very likely to be planets. The smaller the signal is, the less likely it is to be anything at all. These little ones often are just nothing, or maybe like an asteroid. But once we have revealed a planet or 2, and by 2 I mean, 12-ish, we can start taking a look here. I'm gonna open up this many. Okay.
All right.
So here's what we can do with the planets. On each planet, we can construct a single industry. We turn a planet into a single overarching industry with inputs on the left side of the arrow and outputs on the right side of the arrow. A hive world on this Earth-like planet would use food to create population, workers. Unfortunately, in our sort of context of the world, all a person is a worker. And we want to create a web of planets that are satisfying each other's inputs and producing lots of outputs. And the more we have everything plugged into everything else, the more wealth and happiness there is for everybody. It's sort of a what if capitalism worked kind of thing. I don't know. Is this capitalism? This is definitely like a government. This is a top-down government run from. I don't know. I don't know what form of government this is.
Probably mercantilism.
Okay.
Honestly, is what's been done here economically. Where
a few more here.
all these colonies are meant to support and trade with each other for the benefit of the mother state. James B says, instead of search action, how about verb finder? I played a game that's a verb finder game. It's called Starship Titanic.
Also,
All you do is try to find the right verbs.
I might argue Verb Finder is a pretty good description of the Golden Idol games.
Oh yeah, no, that's yeah.
All right, so I think here's what I'm going to do. We're going to start here with Norin 4. This planet, in order to produce a colony on an ocean world, we're going to have to truck in not just food for the people, but also minerals, because we need to build places for people to live. We need to build domes or whatever. So I'm going to hit colony here. The planet will produce its level 1 output automatically, and then once you meet its level 1 inputs, the planet can level up and produce more and cooler things. And you can see here right now, we're paying upkeep costs. People here are miserable. They have nothing to do. They're bored. So we're going to turn Eileen 4, a mineral world, into a mine. The different a type of world always can produce the same things. So every mineral world we encounter, like this one over here, will have this same mining option. We're going to turn this into a mine where we can send people to produce minerals, and then send the minerals back home to Norin 4, which needs them. We're going to turn this remnant planet, precursor remnants, ruins of the Forebear Empire, prove that the universe has a rich history. We're gonna scavenge robot parts from this planet, send people there to do that job, and then we can send robots. We can send robot parts down here to make this an agro world, and then send the food back there, and then we've got a bunch of planets all kind of just meeting each other's needs, right?
Yeah.
At the start of the second year, the council gets in touch and offers you some tasks. Doing tasks for the council is good because it gets you all kinds of rewards, including these little blue things, which are worth victory points. They're worth score at the end of the game. So let's get one more remnant planet to the level of successful. I think we can do that. We have a remnant planet that we're already kind of working on here. And then establish one planet producing 4 or more points of non-people resources. I think we can make these two things happen. So let's finish the plan here. And you can see building a slipway between two planets to allow traffic of goods also costs a little bit of time and a little bit of money. We had a pretty healthy supply of capital to start with, but you can see I burned through a lot of that pretty fast, and we do not have a huge amount of income. Stuff to be wary of.
Folks are enjoying watching you play this. There's a whole series on the channel where they can watch you do this.
There's kind of a lot of, I played a lot of this on the channel. So
Also,
in order to
episodes
continue,
cool.
yep.
I'm trying to plug.
Okay, but can you do it while
You
I'm
don't
not?
do it. I have to.
Can you do it while I'm not already talking?
Yeah.
Okay. So in order to drive our money per planet up, you can see as we level up the planets, they get considerably more valuable. Leveling this thing up to 2 and connecting its trade resources has gotten it very productive. In order to level up to the next level, successful, you can see it has gained another need. The people here need consumer goods. They need things. This is unfortunately kind of an awkward resource to produce at the moment. There's only one kind of planet that produces it naturally. We're going to need to find a techno world. Although there are some techniques that can be used. In addition, generally speaking, to get level planets up to successful, they have to have at least 2 import routes and at least 2 export routes, and each of their individual needs met. So one thing that I certainly notice is that we have access to water right here. We could provide water to this world by turning this world into a water export planet. There's certainly a lot of water over there. But we don't actually have a source of population right now. Another thing to consider is that... Here, let me do a little more probing. As we sort of get more complicated here, it's important to note that the slipways cannot be drawn through obstructions and also cannot be drawn through each other. So as we're creating these trade paths, we're creating this like physical logistics graph that will limit our options in various ways. Boy, can I tell you, Earth-like planets can be turned into Gaia worlds, which output biomass and water, and it sure would be handy if I could run pathways from this Earth-like back to these two planets, which need biomass and water. And we're like so close to being able to do that, right? We can make the water run here work. We could turn this into a colony. We have food coming from Cornelius. We could source minerals. Slipways do have a maximum length, and you can see the longer you run them, the more expensive they are. Although I'm surprised to see this actually does reach here. I thought that it would be out of range. I'm a little nervous about how low on money we are, and how bad our income is. And the fact that we have not seen even a single planet that's capable of producing goods, also making me a little nervous. So these asteroids that are floating around can be mined for just a burst of money. You get 6 credits for each nearby planet that is colonized. Unfortunately, these ones do not connect to many planets, so we're not going to be able to get a huge amount of cash off of them. And like setting up a colony costs 3 months and $8. Yeah, we'd be able to get some good growth going, but we got to figure out a source of goods. It is wild that we haven't seen a single techno world. Okay, here's one. Forge World, sorry. So Forge Worlds allow you to get goods out of them by sending robots or minerals. And they are the only, like I said, the only planets that can natively produce those goods. We can learn to build structures that can produce things. We also can pick up cool stuff like this, flexible fabrication, which allows any planet producing robots to also produce a unit of goods and vice versa. That's going to be tremendously useful once we have the science to afford it, and also if we survive that long. I'm gonna try to make this work for right now. How's chat going, Amabel?
Well, Chad is talking about time. Hang on, let me scroll back a little bit. So Beth and I says that she wants more games where time is a currency, but you're not time pressured to make decisions. And everyone's like, yes, we agree. That's great. That's a good vibe. And then Robin Bennis, the troublemaker, says, you know what's a great game in that vein? This indie puzzler called Blueprints. It's been pretty much universally acclaimed.
Yeah, that sounds like Robin. I believe that. I believe Robin said that.
So, Robin, I do read the comments on Blueprints, and Robin said something really out of pocket the other day that I wanted to share with you. Maybe I'll share it with the whole chat to embarrass Robin. I don't know.
Be nice.
I
mean, I guess it is your Vengeance Day.
It is my Vengeance Day. Hang on. So what happened is I saw it when I was away from home for a couple days. I screenshotted it, and then I did not post it on Blue Sky, which I wasn't intending to do. So I didn't want to type the alt text, and I couldn't get it to copy. So let me just...
Ooh, check this out. This planet has a modifier, beautiful sights. If you settle people on this planet and upgrade it to successful, it will yield an additional 2 happiness. Happiness at the end of if our happiness goes below, I think 70%, it can cause the game to end early. But barring that, at the end of our term, our happiness is going to serve just as a raw multiplier on our score. So obviously we would like it to be above 100%, so that it is a positive multiplier on our score. Not a divisor. We'll see. We'll see if we can get there.
So what Robin said is, I'm sympathetic to how much you're struggling with this game, so I thought I'd give you some advice.
Uh-oh.
Next time you're at your respective boyfriends' houses, I assume little ladies as pretty as you two have no trouble finding boyfriends. Why not sit quietly and watch them play video games? Bet you can pick up a few pointers that way. That's just...
What kind of... In Pride Month of all times.
Yeah.
Let me send out a little probe over here. Okay, I'm just kind of like... I'm scrambling for sources of goods. So here's what we're going to do now, I think. There are 4 Bear Ruins, some number of old space stations, just kind of hanging around, that you can connect your people planets to, and they can have a huge variety of effects. It can be very difficult to predict what these are going to do. So... But the slipway that you connect to them is a permanent fixture. So I think I'm going to... Thinking ahead a little bit about a thing I want to do later. I think I'm going to connect this like this. Let's see if we can get a little bit of luck here. This powerful ancient weapon was a tool of war in the past. If we rebuild it, it could be used more peacefully to crush nearby uninhabited planets and harvest resources from them. So we can, with the help of the Aphorians, we could rebuild the Planet Crusher, or with the help of the Vittori, we could dismantle it to make sure it could never be used. But you can't pick a faction's options in these events until you have performed at least one of their tasks. So, a Planet Crusher. That's an interesting idea. Not necessarily what I was hoping to find, if I'm honest. I was hoping to find a thing that could produce goods. All right, let's start branching out. We gotta go find. Let's see if we can take advantage of this. So, where can we set up population near this world? Unfortunately, the answer is kind of nowhere. These primordial worlds are not suitable for life. The closest world would be this Arctic world, but unfortunately, Arctic worlds. There's a planet between this and the place that produces the goods. So this is a challenging map. I'm having actually kind of a hard time here. Apologies to everybody who wanted to see me do a good job. We have earned a little bit of extra... Whoa. We have learned a little bit of extra science. Connecting to 4 Bear Ruins gets you a little science. So we have unlocked the ability to make solar farms on arid and desert planets. And one thing that you can do with a solar farm is produce energy, which is a wild resource. It can fill any need. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of well-positioned arid or desert planets, but we do have this one. It requires chips in to produce energy. We don't have a planet around here that really would produce microchips, unfortunately. Like this could be connected to this colony. If we could get this thing producing energy, we could use this to produce the goods there. Or we could use this to fill the need for the goods there. But we do not have a source of chips, and until we can actually make some use of that tech, I'm not necessarily interested in selecting it. Yeah, this is a rough start, y'all. Did you want to yell vengeance again, or?
Yeah.
It caught me off guard a little bit the first time. I apologize.
That's okay.
Okay, here we go. We got a forge world near some habitable worlds. We can make some stuff happen here, and within range of robots to produce food. So, yeah, we can make ourselves a complicated little network down here. So if I make this a food world, we can reach that, right? Yeah, it's a pretty expensive slipway, but yeah, we can make it. So that's food. This is people. I'm going to go ahead and make this hive world. And then we're going to detonate this asteroid now that we have 2 planets nearby. 2 planets that can benefit from it, so it's a little bit more cash. Robots make food, and hooray, this remnant planet is successful because all of its inputs and outputs, it had all of its input needs met and then got 2 input routes and 2 output routes. So first of all, that's just, good extra trade income. Secondly, that succeeded our Vittori task. We will get new tasks as soon as we complete the ones that we already have. So
Captain Nye asks if Slipways have to be direct or if you can shuttle goods via other planets.
No, things only travel directly via the one way. So we can make minerals here, turn this into a minerals to goods producer, and then finally have a people planet producing goods. Huzzah!
Hooray!
Or receiving goods. And then I'm out of money. I ran out of money, Amabel.
Well, what are you going to do?
So we're 1 month away from receiving our new income for the next year. I'm going to just spend a month destroying this asteroid. Get a little bit of money from that, and then get our income. There's an important thing I want to do here. I want to start producing science, but I'm trying to get us a little bit better healed here first. So we can connect, even though this planet already has the people it needs, it will still accept 1 unit of people from other planets. So we can form a slipway here, send a unit of people there, and doing so has gotten this planet now 2 successful. Because now we had two inputs and 2 outputs and all of our different needs met. There is another level above successful, prosperous, that requires a planet to obviously hit successful and then receive a total of 6 imports and exports and have direct trade running with 3 other planets that are also successful or better. So you tend to upgrade your worlds in these little clusters. I'm going to do a little bit more searching here. You can see once you have world settled, you can send a probe out from any world. We do a little more searching here because if we can find an easy source, yeah, that's a pretty easy source of chips. That's a shame though. We can't get people down here to work this. Then we could provide upgrades to these planets, but I can't get people from NWO 4 to this planet because of the fucking magnetosphere of that factory. Everything's all in the way. Amabel, how dare you? How could you do this?
Vengeance.
Vengeance. That makes sense.
Now, there's a way around that, but that's a late game technology?
I'm sure I don't know what you mean. So let's start talking about structures here. At the beginning of the game, you just have 1 structure available, the laboratory, which, as you might imagine, makes science happen. So each lab studies 1 resource. You can see here, mineral, water, biomass, chips, or robots. And it requires at least 1 unit of its study resource plus at least 1 unit of bodies. And it will do a better job of researching if it can get more of those things. But, of course, they have a cost to build. They also have a cost to maintain. So I'm going to try to angle this very carefully. But I'll tell you what, it might be really helpful to us if I could destroy this planet. I'll be honest with you. See, what I'm thinking is, if we want to make this a mineral world, a mineral lab, if I put it like right... I'm trying to find a spot where it can be seen by this people world, these 2 mineral worlds, and potentially this mineral world and this mineral world and this people world. We could get a lot of science out of such a lab. But, of course, it has to be in a place where those are all available as routes, and also a place where it's not, colliding with another planet's proximity. Like, this is not bad right here, I think.
Okay.
Right now, it only allows us to receive 1 unit of minerals. But if we can destroy that ice world with our planet crusher, then maybe we get more connection. Yeah, it's not out of range until like here. And it's got all the other connections I wanted. Okay, so 1 unit of people, 1 unit of minerals. Now we're producing a science each year. You might be thinking, wow, that's a really low rate of output. And you're absolutely right. That's a really low rate of output. For each additional person we connect, we get 1 additional bulb. For each additional mineral we connect, we get 2 additional bulbs. So we can make it better. We can make it less sad. This will be so good once we can actually do it. Okay, so it behooves us to get this task finished. Establish 1 planet producing 4 or more non-human resources. This planet will level up once it has 2 import routes and 2 export routes. It needs to output biomass, and then it needs to have another people in. And that would cause this planet to upgrade to 2 biomass, 2 water, and finish the quest. 4 is a tough number for a lot of other kinds of planets. Like this goods worlds won't produce 4 goods until you have them leveled all the way up. For example, a mineral world, eventually gets to 4 output. This robot planet will never produce a 4th output. So 4's tough. 4's a tough number. How are we going to make this work? Well, so we could start an ocean world up here. Start a colony up here and have the intent be, minerals back and forth, and then both this world and that world can feed resources to the lab. We're out of money for this year, it's worth noting. I'm probably going to have to just hit go to next year and thus burn a bunch of time. This is a cost of not having planned ahead economically enough. But it's also a cost of me just like not playing very well. And I should have prosperous worlds by now. But like I said, we've had a really hard time finding goods, and that's definitely a critical part of having a critical part of the easiest version of getting to prosperity. People worlds are pretty easy to flip up if you could just get them the goods. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and hit jump ahead. Pretty harsh, pretty sad, pretty grim. Now, unfortunately, we have a pretty unsettled situation up here. Like, if I do make this people world so that we can try to get some science income, we don't actually know where we're going to be getting our food from here. There's a lot of space beyond. We're definitely in hope territory, though, which is a dangerous place to be. Let's see here. What around here could use biomass? We could use biomass on this planet to produce people world. And that would allow us, the back and forth trade would level this world up. I guess this is, if we're going to do a distant hope move, this is probably a better one to do in the short term because it clears our quest. You have any feelings about any of this, Amabel?
I am watching. Here's the thing. I love how much you love this game.
We did
It
it.
is, and I think it's cool. It is a lot for me. I could not even begin to make these decisions.
I believe you could do this. You play some very complicated games.
I have but I have trouble holding on to more than a few pieces at a time. And this is a lot of pieces you have to hold on to, and because your decisions of necessity reduce certain possibilities, constrains how you can build. I think it's uniquely bad for playing it very tactically, very, very off the cuff. You really need to be thinking through it all, and I'm not as great at that. But I do like watching you do it. You know, I remember the first time I saw you play this, and you were kind of having a bad day, and I just asked, "Hey, can you show this to me?" And it was nice to watch you get lost in a thing. You know,
That's very sweet.
Vengeance!
The vengeance. Okay, so I'm gonna make a series of maneuvers here. I think I have a plan. So this needs to become a mine. We're gonna connect this here. People go to the mine. We're not gonna connect this here. I'm running short on money again. This is eventually going to become a wetland farm. But let's make this money first. Okay, so this becomes a mine. Then this becomes a robot factory. Minerals makes robots. Allowing this to become a wetland farm, robots making food, to connect up some food here. And then we can shovel some of the additional water off from this world down to here if we want. Or up to this world, I suppose. Yeah, it's not really clear which one of those things would be better at this point. But obviously just like connecting more interconnection is more good. You know?
Yeah.
But the problem is this planet's not going to produce any more water. This is the last unit of water. And so we have to decide who is going to make better use of it. And it's probably, if we're honest, it's probably this world. Because this world's kind of already out of places to send the minerals. So I'm going to connect this way. That's a little bit of extra commerce. I need to increase the world's supply of the universe's supply of goods by 2 units. Notice our income's starting to climb though as I'm producing more and more and distributing more and more. So that particular numbers game is getting more on our side. We still desperately need more science output. But we're starting to get there. We're starting to figure it out. And sorry, you're on chat, right? Because I can't.
Yeah, I am.
It's a particularly difficult kind of game for me to do the chat thing.
Yeah, no, I'm on chat.
It is worth noting that we are about to change empire size. Current administration costs are 1 credit per planet per year. When we gain another planet, it's going to go up to 2 per planet per year. So it's going to shave some off of the top of this thing. Every time our empire size grows, our administration costs get harsher in that way. All right. Well, the only place we're going to be able to improve our goods output is Forge Worlds. And we only have a couple Forge Worlds revealed right now, so those are possibly good places to focus. But I think I'm going to finally get this started. So let's build to this colony. Let's get the minerals going here. I'm going to connect the minerals for science. That way we're getting at least some extra science income. I'm going to do this too. Let's get that up to 4. Okay. Let's scan around here. What we would love to find is a forge world that can be reached from Surth 8. That would be the most ideal thing. How much stuff can I scoop up in a single scan here? Ooh, is that a winner? No, that's out of range, isn't it? Ah, it is out of range. You monster. Nope, that's just bad news. I can't even connect to this thing because of the... Amabel?
Yeah.
Highly problematic. Very difficult problem. Well, for right now, I guess like the focus is we just need food, right? But
Yeah.
we're gonna run into a problem here real soon of not being able to produce goods absolutely anywhere, and I do hate that problem. So how am I going to produce food for this planet? That's actually like a pretty live concern. A lot of the worlds around here can be made into farms, but they need to be roboticized. And we don't actually have robot production almost anywhere. You can't see the mineral world because of this thing's in the way.
So I guess I'll ask.
Yeah.
Is it possible just to get runs that are to get generated space areas that are unplayable, unworkable?
So part of the difficulty selection, you might have noticed I put it on the second highest difficulty, which is where I think the sort of the sweet spot is for me. Part of the difficulty is the generation algorithm. So like I am getting harder worlds than some people might. Or harder areas. But I think they generate pretty smart. You can get stuck, but if you get stuck, it's usually because you did something. Okay. They will definitely generate systems that allow you to put yourself in bad places. I was gonna look around for like any place where we're slightly more able to meet this.
I was thinking about. So we played a game yesterday, the board game Great Western Trail, New Zealand.
We sure did.
And the particular setup of it created some difficulties and
it sure did.
Abnormalities. But first of all, the thing with Great Western Trail is that when you do the setup, you are, with the exception of like some A and B tiles that come in, you are seeing the whole space.
Yeah.
The whole, like, what all is available, and can make some short to medium term plans accordingly. And also because, there's only 8 of the seaport tiles, and you use only 5 of them. And because there's only so many of the neutral buildings, the amount of randomness is controlled. Whereas with a computer game, they aren't limited by a tile mix, right? So they can have a lot of something or a little of something else. Mm-hmm. And because this is done through exploring one of those X's, you can't just you have to make decisions short term that are going to have longer term ramifications without having full knowledge. And I think that makes it especially more difficult than you said. Well, you play some complicated board games, Amabel. You could do this, but I think making decisions in this environment is much more difficult.
Okay, I appreciate you saying that. We do have some options here.
Okay.
So, mineral seeding will allow us to unlock the mineralize action on ice ball, desert, and lava planets, turning them into mineral worlds that we can build mines on. If we research this, it is going to move us up a tier, and thus we're going to lose access to our 0 tier stuff. And like, I would love to get solar superconductors before we move up, but I don't think we can afford the wait. I think I have to take mineral seeding here because I think it's the only way we're going to solve this problem. It's also worth noting we also have a tier 1 research for increasing the maximum range of slipways.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's going to be very helpful. But one thing that this allows us to do is, in a pretty weird roundabout way, this allows us to mineralize this world. Okay, out of range for the moment. We'll be able to do minerals to robots, robots to food, food to here, and then minerals to goods, and goods down. So what I'm going to do for right now, because we know we're going to get this right eventually, is just make that happen because it completes the quest. It's not generally a good idea to leave worlds just kind of floating useless because you're paying upkeep costs on them without getting a lot of trade income, and they're still contributing to the overall size of your empire. But I wanted to make sure I got that done so that we can rebuild this planet crusher so that we can see the precise functionality of it, because I don't know, can it target any planet? It says nearby planet. So destroy a planet, gain 20 credits for doing so. This planet we for sure want to destroy. That's just like Christmas. And then we run this over to here. First of all, that gives us the outputs to make this successful. Secondly, even more science. So we are 1 science away now from completing our other goal.
Good job. Kiefer says it feels.
I mean,
like
I'm just gonna go ahead and connect this here and get that 1 science, which gives us 8 science immediately. Hooray! So you can see as we continue to do missions for a particular faction, the rewards get more and more powerful. New trade routes for 7 different resources feels like pretty doable. And invent three new technologies is a thing we certainly want to do. Yeah, let's push on these. So it'll take a minute, but we'll get there. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I said. Kiefer says that it feels like consequences of actions in Slipways are heavy and immediate, while in other games it's usually gradual, can be remediated, and so on. And it does feel like, yeah, because something I like in some board games, including some games I've designed, is where you are shrinking the physical space of the game and locking yourself out of future options. I like doing that to people. I don't like it being done to me. Is the thing. But yeah, I think this is part of what makes this kind of crunchy and interesting. Because
hold on, I'm gonna make this a robot world.
Okay.
I'm gonna connect this to here, and then I'm gonna connect the people here, because when we connect the people to this place, it's gonna produce 1 extra unit of minerals. And if I did that without this connection existing, the minerals would pop down to here immediately. But we really don't want that to happen, because I don't know if I'm ever going to get another unit of minerals out of this world, and we need to make sure this gets met.
Also, that planet's the wrong shape for a planet named Pratchett 7.
Fair enough.
When we covered this in Forex school, we had 1 episode of Slipways, right?
Maybe.
Well, the thing is that compared to Forex games, this does not ever really feel like soup.
No, this game is
Everything feels like it
extremely well.
matters.
This game's extremely well designed.
Yeah.
All right, so we've made trade routes for 4 different resources: food, people, mineral, robot. I need to find 3 more. Our planet crusher could destroy. Okay, there's a few more planets nearby that could get got if they need to. That's interesting. With our new more dramatic slipway range, we can reach all the way out to here. Interesting. Oh, why would I do? Sorry, I made this already so that we could just do that. Look at how successful the world is. Hooray. So that's a 5th thing there. Goods. We're doing it. We don't have any prosperous worlds, and that really ought to change. That's my opinion. We still need to figure out a way of getting goods over to here. But I think our plan for that is probably flexible fabrication, producing a point of goods off of this planet. Because otherwise, there's no way we're going to be able to get them to the inside of this like nest of slipways. I also think we need to be thinking about our next lab. 7 science income is not enough, in my opinion. So the other things you can set up a lab, multiple labs to study the same resource, but every lab after the first takes penalties. There's only so much to be learned from minerals. So a lab studying another thing would be good. Robots, water, biomass. We have a couple of spare robot factories. It wouldn't be like totally awesome, but if we built, I don't have $10. Give me this. If we built a lab like here, that allows me to get robots from 2 sources and people from 2 sources. That's not bad, right?
It's good, yeah.
Robot, researcher, and researcher. Okay. So now we're pulling in 11 science per year. I'm feeling a little bit more secure about that in terms of actually getting things done. So that said, I wouldn't say no to a third science, a third thing if we could like find a couple sources of water or a couple sources of biomass. And in fact, here we do have a nice cluster of planets that can produce a lot of water. So like this one produces water if you send robots to it. This one produces minerals and water if you send robots to it, or biomass and water. And this one produces biomass and water if we send people to it. Oh, this is also a water planet. Okay. I can make this work. Can we reach this? We can. Okay. Colony world. Receiving food. I'm still having some money issues here and there. Let's use the planet crusher to just munch up a planet, shall we? You.
Nom 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 nom.
Nom nom. Okay, we still have 2 months left in this year, and now we're back down to having $2 left. So I would like to we'll destroy this asteroid for 6 money, allowing me to make this connection, which will give us a couple more trade routes right before income time. There we go. And this will allow me to send a unit of people over here. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to shape this. Because if we're sending like people to water here, and we end up with the lab like... The lab needs to be able to see all these water worlds. And it would be nice if we could get some biomass back to Bradbury, because that's the only thing keeping it from being successful. Yeah, I mean, that's not horrible. We're about to go up another empire size, so I'm trying to be a little bit cautious of that. So we have access to geo-harvesting now, which unlocks the ability to destroy planets anywhere, even if you don't have a planet destroyer. But I have to be honest with you, my hope here is actually to just harvest science a little bit more and grab quantum computing, which just makes all labs produce more science.
Okay.
But I am definitely leery of, we're going to be jumping up another administration level, and that's going to be very expensive. This doesn't push us over. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. And then we're going to go... I guess I'll make the lab. We can put it in a position where, like, we know where we'll want it to be. I think that's fine. People and water. Okay. People love water. There's a thing about people.
People do love water. Yeah. Robin is shaking her head at you destroying planets and planetoids without even an environmental impact study. And Cornflakes points out, well, they study the impact on the planet.
And by study, we mean, we watch.
Yeah, yeah.
It looks cool when it explodes, so we watch.
Your chat is filled with some of the loveliest, funniest people. And I'm really glad that we get to hang out with them. I'm not trying to be, like, parasocial or whatnot, but, like, they're a good crowd, and I feel... I was a little nervous when you were first like, we're going to do a stream. 'Cause the very first stream, I don't know if you remember this, you just told me, hey, we're doing a stream. I'm like, oh, all right.
I will admit, that's not how I remember it.
It was a few minutes before we did it. And I was like, well, I don't know.
I was going to say, I remember it being your idea. I remember expressing to you my like, I kind of have been thinking like back and forth for a while now about doing this thing, and you were like, no, we should do it because you know that thing you do where you like charge ahead on ideas and actually get things done instead of waffling for 1,000 years.
Okay, I did do that. But it was your idea, and then we did it. What I'm saying though.
So it's 15 money to install this project on our science thing. So if we did all three of our labs, we'd run out our money for the year like right now. I'm trying to be a little more cautious than that. Yeesh. Just asteroids, huh?
Cat of Nine Tails points out, I'm not sure I would call myself lovely. I have, in fact, been described as intimidating. Intimidating people are lovely.
They can be.
Yeah. Like, sweetheart.
Yeah.
I feel like you're somewhat intimidating and also lovely.
Am I intimidating? Do people
Not to me, but I feel like...
Do people intimidated? Amabel, run a poll.
Chat, do people intimidated?
Run a poll. Can you do that? Do you have the ability to do that?
I mean, I don't... Do I have access to anything like that? I have no
idea. I have actually no idea.
I mean, I have a different channel, different account. I'm not...
Yeah, YouTube's back end, as far as like permission sharing and stuff goes, not so good. So we need to deliver like biomass or something. Chips would do it. So I'm one resource away from finishing this task. We've never actually delivered any chips anywhere. And that's not really a good thing. Chips are used for, you know, like upgrading most of your kinds of like technological planets. Let me see about this area over here. Okay, so there's a lot of like technological worlds kind of all together. If we made this a chip world, it's tricky stuff. This these objects being where they are instead of swapped is really making things difficult because the people world can't get to the satellite because of the jungle planet, and the Forge world can't get to the jungle planet because of the satellite. It's very awkward. So we could produce chips from any of these Forge or Remnant worlds, but doing so is going to require, like, on the Remnant worlds, we need people to do the salvaging. And on the Forge world, we need mineral income. And we can get one more point of minerals out of this planet if we can make it produce water, if we can give it some water. But the only planet around it that can produce water is this one. And the only way to get water out of this planet is to mechanize it. And we can't get the robots over there because of the damn forebear ruins.
So we have mixed results on whether or not you are intimidating. But Robin says, I've been intimidated by SB since while watching a Darkest Dungeon video, I muttered, yeah, but it's also random. Within like 2 minutes, she pointed out that if it was that random, there wouldn't be such a width between good and bad players. I'm still feeling the sting of that.
It's true. I can hear what you say to your monitor, and I do. I try to take the burden of responding in real time. I try to be very careful about that. Because, causality or whatever. I got a real talking to by a guy in a phone booth with a big leather coat on. It's just hassle.
That's a fun bit.
It's a fun reference. It's a fun reference.
Yeah.
For all the people who are 1,000 years old. How am I gonna produce chips? Like it really like it feels like it makes the most sense to do it here. But I just don't know how we can get the minerals from there, but then I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get people up there. It's a real nightmare. The whole thing's a real fucking nightmare. That said, I don't need to solve the problem right now. Like I can just go nanotech factory, connect, solve the thing, get the 80 money, and then just leave this hanging for who knows how long.
Okay. Now, how many turns are a game again? How many turns are we in?
Well, that's not really a useful way to think of it because different things cost different amounts of time.
How many years are?
Your term ends at the end of 34, 26, I believe.
Okay.
Sorry, I am playing slowly, in part because I'm out of practice.
It's okay. No, that's all right.
Is it?
The stream is going until you have played all 3 games, so
okay.
It can be as long as it needs to be.
Welcome to the marathon, everyone.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Amabel.
I am kind of expecting you to complete the 3rd game. We'll see.
The chips. No. They don't go to here. I need them here, too. I need them everywhere. I need so many of them, chips. Because we need more robots. All right. Well, you know what? We have made a bunch of money. I am going to, at this point, go and install the quantum computer upgrades.
Kiefer asks, does that game, I'm assuming this game, feel like a solitaire? And interestingly, the developer
Yeah.
Do you call them developers when they're video game people instead of designers? I don't understand.
Well, technically,
The
design
guy.
and development are two different jobs, but when only one person makes the game, that person's doing both of them.
Yeah. The guy.
The guy, sure,
Also did a solitaire game.
is working on currently.
Solitude.
Yeah, a very like traditional. Well, a game that is based on the game that I'm calling traditional solitaire. I would not call Solitude a traditional take on the idea. But it is very rad. Okay, so we need to, at the beginning of next year, we'll be able to buy tech and move our tasks forward. So what I need to do right now is just continue to produce prosperity and stuff. So let's see about some of that. Hey, a tech world. Is this tech world within range of Tantor? It is. That's interesting. Because we could do like we could do people to minerals to goods, and get this world lifted up. Another thing we could do, like I'm trying to look for like places in our collection of worlds where we have like some successful stuff bound to other stuff. Places where we can try to get an upgrade to the next world quality. And I think we don't have a huge number of great options for that right now. One thing we can definitely do that will be helpful is, yeah, we could make this a water extraction world, send this down there, and then send this down there. And then if we connect these two, that gives us successful worlds trading with each other. All right, we got more science. I am inclined to take self-hosting AI before anything else, just to, this is 3 extra science for no cost. It's going to delay flexible fabrication by a year, but obviously it's 3 extra science every year for the next 10 years. That's just like free good stuff. Establish 4 more import hubs. Planets receiving at least 3 imports. I think we're in a place where we can do some of these. I want to try to get the other tech discounts.
Yeah.
So we'll come back to the Vittori later. So we need to make worlds that are producing 4 or more non-people resources. We're getting to the point of the game where that kind of thing is more common. And then we also need planets receiving at least 3 imports, which again is a thing that's going to get more common as we interlink more thoroughly. So, while we're still continuing to work on that kind of stuff and also our general prosperity, one thing I'm thinking more and more is that maybe we do just hit mechanized harvest here, even though it's not like a super great, like we will not be able to deliver that robot anytime soon, maybe ever, but we have immediate use for both the biomass and the water. I think it ends up being worth it, even though it does leave just kind of like an underdeveloped world in the middle of our stuff. And also, I'm out of money. Hey, did you know we're only making 40? Our income is down to 40. We're paying a lot of money for all these labs. This is a big part of that.
I will say, though,
that helps. 55.
I really
Look at
admire
that.
your
Prosperous.
ability
We
to
did
keep
it.
track of all this stuff.
You're seeing me zoom around so much because I don't have that ability. I just want to clarify. I am having to refresh myself constantly on things. It's just that I do that at a very high speed.
But then you parse it. You parse that information.
Yeah.
And make decisions. I'd be paralyzed.
Hold on. Sorry. I want to make this connection before we do that because we need to send that unit of minerals out to here, right? Get that world happy instead of sending yet another unit of minerals down to this world, which does not need it.
Alex says that in my copious free time this week, I have gone back and started watching SB's original Rain World playthrough, and it is absolutely delightful.
You know, I'm happy to hear somebody enjoys it. I think I let myself get a little down on the prospects that people don't actually like that shit because of how weird some viewers have been about it.
Yeah,
possibly just one guy on a bunch of different accounts, but yeah, my enjoyment of Rain World definitely got dampened a little bit by the weirdness around it. It looks like we've dealt with all of the planets now that this thing could destroy, so this is no longer of value to us. That's a shame. I could use a little bit more destruction here and there. Well, here, let's do this to get us money to make one final move for the year. We're definitely riding the line pretty bad on income.
Yeah.
Like you would like to be making more money than this at this point in the game.
I know what that feels like.
It's a challenging situation. Is there anything? What was I? Oh, I know. I was hoping to move this biomass around the corner there once we have such capabilities. So we need to figure out a way to generate some more good worlds. This import hub thing is not so bad. We can definitely get, especially like people worlds very often want to be input hubs. They will ask for 3 different goods relatively early in their development. I can make this a people world as well. It's not super good though, is it? It's just tricky because at this point, any world that we add, it has to be something that we could reasonably level up a fair amount. I really want to use the other point of goods off of this world, and that there's not too many places where that makes sense. This world would need chips income, which I suppose it could get. Although we don't actually have access to minerals over here very much. We could make Bloom into a mineral world. That's not horrible, actually. Like, if we make this, say, a people world, we go... Well, I was thinking we do the mineralized thing here, right? Minerals to chips because this world itself needs chips. I guess we could set up over here, but this world doesn't. This world can't get goods. And then once we have a couple sources of chips, we could like set up a lab studying them. But where am I going to get the food from?
Eat the chips.
Delicious chips. Amabel, you're a genius. I think I'm gonna try it.
Okay.
We'll make it work.
Do you have time for me to do some chat, or
Yeah. Go ahead.
So Cat of Ninetails says, I am fascinated by Rain World and I'm glad you played it because I probably would not have gotten through. And Alex says, I don't know if I got to the weird bit yet, but knowing that you get to a high level of what I would call mastery of Rain World and its mechanics It's really nice seeing you explore, discover, play, and learn. I think that's really one of the things that's beautiful about your channel, sweetheart, about what you do is it never feels like you're trying to be expert gamer lady, like here's how to do it the right way or whatnot. But you also take it seriously as the thing it is, and not as just like here's the thing I'm doing while I riff.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, I like what you do.
Thank you.
I really admire how you do it.
So we've gained this repurposing project, which allows us to add a unit of goods on any planet-producing robots and vice versa. It is a little expensive, but in a lot of places, it's going to do things like immediately allow us to establish a couple of prosperous worlds right on top of each other. And it was our second 4 output world, and it allowed us to get 3 inputs to here for the Euphorians quest. It's definitely jumped our incomes up pretty significantly, which is nice. So here we can connect this to, that'll be a second in a hub right there. And then we found a primordial world. So primordial worlds can be used to make biomass, water, or food out of biomass, which is nice because most sources of food require robots. But we have planets around here that we can produce biomass on. So do you ever need anything other than people? No. I think I'm inclined then to produce the biomass out here and send it down like that, because otherwise we're doing this like triangle shape here, and I would like to eventually communicate people down to this world to help it level up, to help both these worlds level up, you know?
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna, even though it's a slightly awkward shape, let's go people makes biomass. Biomass makes food. Oh no, my empire size increased again. I hate it. Remember when we had money?
I've never known you to have money.
Harsh but true. Blow that asteroid up, and we can feed this into there. Bam. Third import hub. And then we can deliver people to here and this extra water to there. That's another successful world. And we've got science. We got science to work with. So we're starting to get access to some more impressive technologies. Let's talk about these. Machine sentience unlocks the ability to use robots anywhere that you need people. This is really powerful, but I don't think we need it. If there's one thing we have enough of, it's people. Plasma containment is unlocks the fusion plant structure. We can build these, and if we can pipe a unit of water into them, they produce energy, that wild resource, which is pretty fantastic. We're a little water short right now, actually, I believe. The slipstream relay is a really powerful technology. It is a structure that lets you bounce a slipway off of it. So it lets you construct basically bent paths. And then we also have access to our final tier of stuff. Some of this shit gets really, really powerful. The skill up facilities cause a planet to produce 1 extra of everything that it produces. And there are places where that could be really important. Limited teleportation allows us to build teleporters. Long distance trade, regardless of any obstacles, because teleporters. Technocracy is just +1 happiness for each science produced at your best lab. The Mind Control Project allows us to turn off unhappiness from most sources. Sleep replacement improves trade income by 40%. Just don't, hey, what if HypnoS? And manufactured luxury causes every prosperous forge world to produce 2 units of a new resource called luxury that can be accepted by any planet that produces people and causes 2 points of bonus happiness there. So this we're getting really powerful here. Sleep replacement obviously would help a lot with our kind of like squishy income. I think I'm gonna take sleep replacement right now. I think we need it. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Raw income, baby. Okay. We're done worrying about money. Let's just do cool shit.
Till we run out of money.
Till we run out of money. No, Amabel, didn't you hear what I say? We'll never run out of money again.
I'm just remembering now that bit from the television show Crazy Ex-Girlfriend.
Oh shit, I'm completely out of money. Hold on, but after we get our income for the next year, we'll never run out of money again. Yes. Please continue talking about Crazy Ex-Girlfriend.
Oh, I remember the bit where like she realizes that she's out of money and it just flashbacks to all the extravagant things she spent money on without realizing because she comes from money and doesn't understand how to. Yep. It's very entertaining. That's a good show. Recommend that. That's a good show.
That's a pretty good show.
People.
What kind of useful shit am I gonna do for like a little while here while I'm trying to just like wait for our income to come in? How am I gonna? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just trying to figure my life out.
So Alex asks the board gamers in the chat, what's your favorite board game? Apologizing for the inherent unfairness of the question. And we have Christian Johansson says Nova Luna is neat. That's just the only board game title I recognize in there. Never mind. I thought, and then I started reading the rest of the chat, and Robin's causing mischief again.
Ooh, interesting. This planet has forebear structures full of ancient technology that we can turn into chips. Amabel, delicious chips.
Delicious chips. What kind of chips are the most delicious for you, sweetheart?
Ooh. You know, I like pretty much like any kind of sour cream and onion sort of situation that you can get going.
You like a cheddar and sour cream, or?
Yeah, cheddar and sour cream is very good. All right, there's all of our money.
I like.
I'm gonna connect to this right now. Let's see what this does. This former communication hub.
Vinegar.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, you should.
Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about chips some more? You want to?
No.
Okay.
Wait.
This former communication hub can still offer instantaneous communication across light years, boosting our planets. The type of boost depends on what we use the limited bandwidth for. Only planets that are at least established or better can benefit. So we can add an extra unit of each produced resource except people on all produced planets, or all connected planets. We can gain bonus science on all connected planets that make people. It's in kind of a weird spot because what I want to do here is build a science lab near it. That I think I'm just going to do this, and I think we're probably going to only benefit from it on one planet. Because like I said, I'm trying to build a lab here. We're going to get so many chips, baby.
People are talking about BattleTech.
Ooh.
And Warhammer.
Why are we talking about BattleTech and Warhammer? I love these things, but why?
Because of the board game question in the chat that Alex had asked, and the people. So these aren't board games, but let's talk about this.
Where's the spot? Come on, show me. I want to get. There it is. I think I moved my hand. Yeah, I did. I did slightly. Shit. Anyway. What's up?
Alex mentions Cosmic Encounter being a favorite game. I've never played Cosmic Encounter. Have you?
I have not. So let's see here. If I made this We could do, if I get water onto here, we could do robots. Gosh, getting water onto this planet is non-trivial, though. At this point. I'm trying to figure out where we're going to get the food for this world, right? And the fact is, we have a lot of worlds nearby that can theoretically produce food, but it's not very easy to get them the things that they need to do so. Show me this. Is this a tech world? No, it is a food producer. But you still need robots to make that work. Very inconvenient. Well, we might have to hold off on this for just a minute. I'm super annoyed by this. I found the perfect spot where this would reach, and then it didn't. Then it didn't.
But it didn't.
But it didn't. And that broke everything. That ruined everything in my life forever. Okay, we can maybe get some more sources of stuff going here. I am going to install the quantum computers in there. That was mostly the point, was like just getting another lab body down allows us to gain the large amount of bonus resources from quantum computing. All right, so I need to deliver one more. I need to make one more import hub. I need to deliver a third unit of something to somewhere. We have other places where the robots to goods thing is important. I'm sure we do. Actually, does the fact that this could make robots, is this helpful anywhere? Now that that's true? We could use it to produce food from here or here, but that doesn't really that doesn't accomplish very much. This planet could use a third unit of population. This planet could use population or water. We could really use another chip world over here, but everything's super far away from everything else in this area. I guess if we had a people world here, again, like trying to find quick solutions to placing, to accomplishing our goals, and then like immediately my solution spirals out into, okay, well, if we set up these 6 extra worlds, I have a bad habit of building out my solutions in that way. Solutions, quote unquote. Hey, Amabel, take over and be entertaining for a second. I am going to go to the bathroom real quick.
All right. So, hey, folks. Hey, chat. This is taking longer than I anticipated. Because usually, I've seen her play this before, and usually it is like an hour-ish. And I think we've been playing Slipways in particular for like an hour and a half now. And I have a whole nother game to make. She's not letting us, I didn't say she's letting us down. I didn't say that, Robin. I just, maybe I got too ambitious with my birthday vengeance. But thank you all for being here on this stream and hanging out with us. That's really neat. I hope I'm being entertaining. Okay, Kat. Well, I tried to anticipate based on what I had observed in the past. I boy, okay. This is the reason people have a birthday month, I guess. Maybe. I never understood the birthday month, people. You know, birthday week, birthday, like, it's the day of my birth, right? And it's fine. Like, I understand having a party to celebrate a person, if you want. But I haven't really been a birthday person. I never really have gotten into like, oh, I want presents. I want everyone to treat me like some kind of monarch and dote upon me. The only like real birthday party I've ever actually thrown for myself was a couple years ago. It was a party for adults. And maybe that's all I should say on the stream. 9 people. So that's that story. And oh, she's coming back. Okay. I don't know how I did talk about it. I don't know how famous it was. But anyway, the thing is, you definitely want to have a second hotel room so that there's a space people could be in that to decompress.
Is that what we're talking about? I mean, it's useful information.
It's useful information.
A lot of people don't have experience. Okay, we're trying to establish an import hub. I apologize. I went and grabbed some focus juice.
Okay.
And here's my hope that it gets me down into focus space and not all the way past that into falling asleep sitting up space.
How are you enjoying the birthday vengeance so far?
Self-medication can be tricky in that way. I'm enjoying the birthday vengeance very much. You're being very sweet to me. I don't know why.
Am I not usually sweet to you?
I just saw like the back door occur in the chat. I assume that's a message that's related to your shenanigans.
What flavor of focus juice? Asks Alex.
I grabbed a Dr. Pepper. So I have severe to very severe ADHD, and one of the magic fun parts of ADHD is that my what are they called? I can't remember what kind it is, but I can't remember what the name of it is. But there's a receptor that basically fires backwards in people with ADHD, causing stimulants to act more like depressants, which is why Ritalin is a common medication for it. So it actually takes you down a little bit and can get you into a place where you're able to focus and not be bouncing off of the walls of your own skull so much. And I'm feeling a little unfocused right now. So I hope that's cool with everybody.
It's cool with me. The third game will be less brain burny. You know,
This is really close. So in 3 months, I'm going to be able to research slipstream relays, and that's going to change some fundamentals about what we're doing here. And I'm kind of just trying to figure out how to continue being effective until that moment comes.
Yeah.
What's 3 months worth of useful stuff to do, working on these missions and whatnot.
Dr. Pepper does come in different flavors. Yes.
That's true. This is standard Dr.
assuming.
Pepper. I apologize. That is a good point.
Chat, do you want to know a fun fact about Dr. Pepper? Is that there was a period of time where Dr. Pepper had to tell people there are no prunes in it because their competitors were starting rumors that one of the 23 ingredients was prunes, because prunes make you go to the bathroom more. And people are like, oh, I don't want to drink that. I don't want to have to go to the bathroom. And they'd be like, Dr. Pepper, there are no prunes in it.
Love a good Dr. Pepper, . All right, I'm doing this.
Okay.
So we're going to get the slipstream relay technology. And one of the first things we're going to use it for is correcting the problem I just made. Biomass to the relay, from the relay to the planet. Look at that. Boing. We can also use it to correct simple ranging problems like this.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
You need to be entertaining now while I step away for a moment.
Okay, well, I've never done that before, so we might be doomed.
First time for everything.
Okay. So, get 2 more remnant planets to Prosperous. Well, we could probably pull that off by the end of the game. We're drawing up on it. And establish 3 more planets using 4 or more, producing 4 or more non-people resources. Let's hope so. So you'll notice as we continue doing more tasks for a faction, the amount of blue stuff we are receiving from them is increasing. This stuff is just, it's victory points. It's just hot victory points. So we're happy to have more of it. So let me see here. Where are my remnant worlds? Where are my important remnant worlds? Now that we have the slipstream relays, we can do a lot of stuff, but they're not very efficient to use, right? Because every time we want to use one of them, we're building the slip relay itself, which costs 0 months thanks to our perk. But then running one slipway to the relay and then another relay to the thing, to the destination, is 2 months worth of building time. So we have to be a little bit careful. We don't want to get too reliant on this stuff. But they can do some really important work for us. So for example, another place that one of these would actually be pretty handy is right here. We can go like that and then make this world a producer of goods and send the goods on over to there. Great news. Happy worlds. Happy worlds, happy life.
Returned.
Welcome back. What else? What else? This world still needs goods. I don't know that we can resolve that easily. This world needs chips. Or this world needs chips. We have like... Does this really not reach? Oh wow, look at that. Maximum range is like right here. That's so brutal. We're so close. This needs 1 more import or export. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Remnant worlds. Hey, remember how I was doing stuff with the remnant worlds? I was focusing on that. So, okay, we have here a remnant world that is already prosperous. We have here a remnant world that would be in good position if we could connect it to more things. Getting it water will get it to successful, but because it's connected to so few planets, it would have trouble ever getting past that. We need remnants that can become prosperous. And the fact is, we're just not connected to that many remnant worlds. So this is a problem we're going to have to come up with a new solution to, I think. So let's start here. Let's start with this one. We can make this a chip world and definitely get a lot of value out of it very quickly. But we're going to need a little bit of cheats to get people to it, because this world did not have access to it prior to that. So, chips and chips. That's all well and good. Now it needs a source of water, which we can get from this primordial world, and in fact, we'll get a lot of use out of this water. But for right now, let's just do this. So now we have to get this world to 6 total imports, trading with 3 other planets that are successful or better. We actually have a lot of planets nearby that are close. Right, if this world were able to communicate its food somewhere, it would be successful, and we are trading with that world. This world, if it could get its extra point of goods somewhere. Like, honestly... we get a point of people. That's really annoying that that's an obstruction. Yeah, that's super annoying, actually. Why must everything be a nightmare? Amabel, non-rhetorical.
Question every day.
Non-rhetorical.
Every day I
need
ask this question.
I
I
need you
wake
to
up-
tell me right now.
I wake up, I check the news.
Yep.
Like, why does everything have to be a nightmare?
So we can make food from here with robots. We can make food from here with biomass. Like, part of me wants to just build a relay here, wrap the food around and do that. But if we do that, I think we're going to have a really hard time pushing this to prosperous. Because how am I going to get 2 more goods into it, right? We can do 1 unit of people from here, but then we still need more stuff. So I'd prefer to get my food from elsewhere. That's definitely not going to work. Boy, if I could connect these two, it would actually be kind of nice. It would actually do some really good work. So you can do a chain of, like we could set up a thing here and then another one here and bounce the slipway twice. But that gets pretty expensive. And obviously then you're like cutting between, you're creating a lot of obstructions for your other planets. Which is not a thing I particularly want to be doing. But if we're... we could get there in 1. This planet needs to receive food from somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. It's all very tricky. Amabel, do you have any thoughts? Do you have any solutions here?
I do not have any solutions.
Could you?
Beth
figure
and
some
I
out,
asked,
please?
what are the robots making food from if not biomass?
That's a great question. Listen, there's lots of stuff you can eat that ain't biomass. Like, a hammer.
Oh, now that makes sense. The thing you said now makes sense.
Microplastics. Microplastics aren't biomass, I think. What did I say that makes sense?
You said we couldn't tell the straight people about something because they would shit a hammer. And now I understand. They have to eat the hammer first. I understand it now.
Of course, there are ways of super cheating.
Okay.
Amabel, come with me if you will, on a journey.
Okay.
Through space and time and technology. What if you can make a relay that was like infraspace? You know, space, but like different than that? You know? You know what I'm talking about? You familiar?
Yep.
It's pretty weird. So we have access to, thanks to our extremely high level of research, things that will create basically like dark routes that can cross the light routes, but not each other. And But I am, in fact, just going to run food from here to here via a dark route. And then look at this. We can just build. We haven't trapped our little planet in at all here. Okay. So, in order for this to flip, we now have all the successful neighbors we need. We just need 6 imports and or exports. And it's not too difficult to get this other chip out. We're gonna need also another water in, or another person in, which is a little bit more challenging. If we trying to figure out, like, can we create another need around here that makes sense? If we providing people from up there is probably a little unreasonable. That's a lot of distance to cover. But there would be a lot of value in putting chips in here, I think. So if I want to do that, let's say I want to do a crazy thing like that. Oh, come on. These are some very expensive slipways. All right. We get our chips in there, and then this just needs an income. You can only receive, each income from across each planetary connection once. So there's no way to route more water from Veritas to Thevis. So we got to get water or people from elsewhere. This could be a water planet if we had some people to mine from it, or some robots to mine from this one. None of that really works here, though. What about we don't have any other, like, water sources nearby, really. We could get an extra unit of population out of this planet if we could provide it with some goods, and that could be the water connection that we need. So is there a way to get, and then, like, this planet needs to be fed anyway, right? Like, that's a thing we are already motivated to resolve. Unfortunately, this world's point of goods has been spent already, as has this one. So we need another goods world or another robot world. Or, here's a pretty good goods world. If we just use the dark relay. Look at that. Video games. Come on. Stuff's easy. And water.
In your chat, people are discussing the evolution of language and prescriptivism versus descriptivism. So that's neat. I'm not sure where that came from. I looked up and that's what was happening.
It's good to see you're keeping such a close eye on it.
I was watching you play the game and looking at your beautiful face that I am allowed to see and the chat is not.
Yeah, take that, chat. So, technocracy would be our best lab is like 7? 10. Our best lab is like 10. So this would be a 10% modifier on our score. We still have time to pick this up later, though. Honestly, I'm a little inclined to grab, like, stream splitting allows you to run an extra connection out of every relay, which allows you to cheat even more. What if more cheating? But I don't know for sure, like, are there places where we would get really significant benefit from this? We still need to get one more remnant planet to Prosperous. We still need to get planets producing more total resources, total non-people resources. So obviously something like skill download, which just jumps extra units of stuff out of your planets, is also very powerful. Skill download on a world that produces goods in a place where goods are scarce, or other things like that could be a big deal. If I were to connect, so we get chips coming out of here. Now that we have the dark relay, actually, hold on. We can probably make this. Well, I bet we can turn this all the way on. I just bet. So, yeah, let me take increased relay connections, and then we're gonna do a very normal thing here. Water to water, and then connect both of these to this. Send the extra unit of people here. Oh, I thought that was going to produce another unit of people. Well, whatever. It's still an efficient way of making that connection. And now this thing is connected to 2 successful planets and has 4 of the imports and exports that we need. So we're actually kind of getting there. So we need more water or people in and more minerals out. And I might be able to do some good work here by providing the minerals that push a planet up to its next level of peopledness. Although actually a lot of our people making planets are already producing the maximum number of people. This is a problem we tend to solve quickly. You know?
Yeah.
You don't know.
It's a lot.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
I'm being asked why I chose Total War Pharaoh to play and not Medieval or Rome. And, I know a lot about the Medieval and Roman periods. I've done several games of my own on battles from those periods. And I probably will peek in on those, but Pharaoh being the most recent historical one and an area where I don't have that much knowledge, where I haven't done like a dozen games on the subjects, it is what was appealing to me about that.
All right, so we just completed our 4th task from the Vittori, and when you complete your 4th task from a faction, you unlock the ability to build their capital, and the capital structure for each one of them gives a significant happiness bonus based on something that's thematically appropriate to that culture. So Vittori Galactic University we can build on a planet, and it gives +1 happiness for every 3 science produced on this world and everything directly connected to it. So obviously something connected to our lab structures is the way we're going to want to go there. If I connect this, we can get 16 science on this planet. Oh, but you can only do it on planets that are successful or better. This planet is still short robots. Or it's still short goods, rather. Well, that's a little bit of a problem, I suppose. We can run a relay down like this. Make this a goods world. There we go. That turns that to prosperous immediately, and then makes it a viable site for 5% happiness, which remember is just plus 5% score.
Okay.
Okay, and then we need one more planet producing 4 or more non-people resources. If we get a chip to this world, it will cause it to produce an extra robot, and that'll do it. So we should probably just go ahead and run the chips over here. I was trying to figure out if it made more sense to just make another chip world and have that deliver there, but I don't. I think in the end, the answer is no. The answer is that this is just the right thing to do. Amabel, I ran out of money.
Who could have foreseen this coming?
Who could have foreseen this? I only have $16. Do we have an asteroid that will blow up for at least...
Patreon.com/SP.
Do we have an asteroid that will blow up for at least $12? Oh no, we don't. We don't. No, they're all only connected to one world. Well, that's embarrassing. The thing is, like, our income right now is crazy. It's just that all of this slipway bouncing is also it's very expensive.
Question for you, sweetheart, from the chat. Yeah. Is there a board game that sucks you in the same way Slipways does?
Some heavy games can do that for sure. I think Darwin's Journey can do that a bit, stuff like that.
Which people can see you play on your channel.
That's true. There is a series of me playing a few solo games of Darwin's Journey. I don't know that we're going to increase the total production of goods by 6 units. I think there's a really good chance that we will invent 3 new technologies. Well, actually, I'm only going to get stuff one more time. I'm going to try it. So... I don't know what we need exactly, but we're gonna get we're gonna end up with 80 total science. So how do I want to spend it? Like, skill download's very powerful. Manufactured luxury is very powerful. But if I'm trying to get under 80 cost, like 45 plus 14 gets me 59, and then I could pick up something else that's like okay. Or technocracy. Do I think technocracy is going to be better? Basically, do I think manufactured luxury would produce 10 points of happiness? Because if not, then yeah, I totally do. And then we'll get our science next time. So every prosperous forge world has begun producing luxury. And luxury, when delivered to a people world, produces 2 extra points of happiness. It's worth noting it is also like another good that's coming across the line, so it can help those people worlds hit their prosperous thresholds if they're having trouble. And we have a task to push Forge Worlds to prosperous, so I think these 2 things line up well, you know?
Okay.
All right, so what is this world's problem? This world needs 1 more export or import and 1 more connection to a to a prosperous world. So those things feel like they probably solve each other. So chips or minerals in from a prosperous world. Yeah, like if we do this, if we just run this mineral across, it solves both problems. And then we can deliver luxury here and here. And that's nice because it's an income and it's also a connection to another world that wasn't trading anything to it before. This world just needs to deliver more people. And then it needs more prosperous neighbors. No, it needs one more import or export. There we go. Prosperous. Hooray. Amabel, we're making lots of points.
Yeah.
The score points, they are phenomenal. We need to prosperize one more. Okay, this thing just needs one more in or out. You know what? Let's add a world. Robot out. Water to the lab. Right before the last time we'll ever get science again. And then these can... are you going to get luxury from anywhere else? You actually aren't. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build an infraspace relay here. And connect these two so that we can, first of all, communicate some luxury to there. And secondly, so we can also connect this and deliver our last point of robots here to make this world not such a huge drain.
Alex is asking what is the win condition, but this is more of a score attack, isn't it?
Yep. We are done in 10 months. We have 10 months of game time left. And we have 37 science to spend because I did some bad math somewhere. And I need that number to have been higher. Do I have a place where I can connect to People World? I do. Okay, People World connects to here. Let's get 8 more science. All right. So I want to do 2 researches so that we finish this goal.
Okay.
So it's going to have to be... It's going to have to be terraforming drones, which reduces our terraforming costs. Not that we care about terraforming drones. And then also we could grab skill download or we could grab plasma containment. I think skill download's more likely to be useful. And that accomplishes our task and gets us more stuff. I'm not going to bother taking more tasks because I think we can't possibly, right, with so few moves left.
Is there a penalty for not completing the task?
I want to say yes.
Okay.
I think so. I don't feel certain. I want to say yes, but I don't know why I want to say that. So let's keep pushing stuff further and further here. So 2 more imports or exports on this planet, and we're turned. What's wrong over here? This planet needs more prosperous neighbors. Well, you need an import route, so we can just feed a person to here. That gets us a prosperous neighbor. And then if we can deliver a person from here or pull in mineral or food or goods, then we're in good shape. Actually, delivering the second point of food off of this planet will upgrade it. So let's go ahead and set that up. Food to here. Prosperous and successful. So each world is going to give us a number of points based on its state. Prosperous worlds are worth a lot more than successful worlds, and successful worlds worth a lot more than established ones. So we really do want to try to just upgrade as many planets as possible to the next type up. I think we can run another water move here. That's pretty good. This world is then 1 import or export short of flipping over. This world also 1. You know what we kind of need is more people. If I connect these 2 relays to each other, that unit of people will feed across from here all the way to there and flip that world over. That's pretty cool. 3 months left. Do you see any other obviously great moves, Amabel?
I don't, but I can't. I really can't parse.
I'm sorry.
You know.
So you need an input or an output. You need an input or an output. Okay. It costs 0 months to do this. We install a skill up facility to produce an extra point of minerals, which we feed across to here, thus bumping both of those planets up. That's pretty good. And then we have 1 month left, and it takes 1 month. Or no, it takes 0 months. That's right, because this is considered a structure installation, I think. We did complete 4 tasks for the Silthids, so they get +1 happiness for every 2 units of robots or chips on this world and everything directly connected to it. So we certainly have some good worlds for that. This world here has a decent chip world, a good robot world, and a goods world over here that could also be producing robots, right?
Okay.
Is there a better one than that? That feels pretty okay. That could be our... yeah, I think that's our capital. Six more happiness. Pretty good, pretty good. All right, we get 1 more move. Now this world itself... or no, this world over here needs to import a mineral. Is there a way that we can make that happen with only a single connection? I think the answer is no. None of our relays let us bleed. You're producing all the minerals you can produce. Yeah, it's hard to imagine getting anything valuable done with a single relay, right? With a single turn.
Yeah.
Can I? No, that's out of range. So we have a couple of relays here that don't have a 3rd leg. So if we could find a place that they could plug into, that would be good. You need 1 more import or export. Yeah, okay, we can flip this world. Right, by doing... by connecting it to this world. This world won't flip, though. That's sad. But yeah, I think that works. We make it produce also a point of robots connected here, so the robots feed over. So our score is based on our number of planets here. You can see each planet type worth a different number of stars. Our legacy points, we were earning these from the tasks that we were completing, the quests. Each legacy point is worth 50 stars. We love stars. There's a modifier for our empire size. We managed to push up to a pretty large size. And then, like I said, multiplied by our total happiness score, that's a 32,054, which is like fine. And I think if we hit this, it'll contextualize that for us. Yeah. So you can see on challenging, I have certainly scored lower. I have done worse. But yeah, that's like an okay score on challenging, I guess,
Okay.
for me.
So, congratulations.
I think we were like 1 or 2 planets away from the next size up, and I wasn't really focusing on it, but that probably would have been a pretty easy way to get a couple more points toward the end.
Bass points out that
that's Slipways, everybody.
when you say 30,000 is fine, keep in mind that a lot of people struggled to get to the platinum stars at all.
Yeah, I do want to say, like, I don't want it to seem like I am trying to shame anybody. I'm just talking about relative to my,
Yeah.
I'm comparing me to me.
All right. So that you did say it'd be about an hour. It was more like 2. So
I played that very slowly. I do apologize. I like I said, I was
okay.
kind of bouncing a lot, a little more focused now. Thanks, Dr. Pepper.
So I have one more game for you.
Really
can you
earning
guess
that medical
what it
license. So
based on what you've been asked to play so far.
So far, you've asked me to play games that I like a whole lot. So I'm gonna go on a limb here and guess. Let's see. It could be. I think probably. No, I'm not gonna guess. Just tell me.
Sayonara Wild Hearts.
Okay, I thought there was a chance. But then I thought, also, that plus Slipways is probably a whole stream by itself. Even if I play the Slipways quickly, which I didn't.
So what I'm gonna ask is, how are you feeling? Do you want to?
I'm fine.
Just do a level or 2 that you really like, or do you want to?
I'm fine to just belt the whole thing.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
And then you can play a board game with me after the stream.
Okay, yeah, it is your birthday.
This is what's happening.
You're running the show here. I mean, I'm having fun. I'm having a good time.
Okay,
here.
yeah. I was worried because you were a little nervous when I wouldn't tell you what it was and told you it was called Amabel's Birthday Vengeance.
So our saga begins tonight.
So hey, hands up in chat. Let's just see a sort of a show of folks who are not familiar with this game. Because I have played it on stream. I think not that long ago.
You played it twice on stream, in fact, before.
That seems possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Once it was like the focus of the stream, and the other time was something finished early, and you said, "Well, let's fire this up."
Just put it in album mode and go.
Yeah.
Fake Alex Blue says, familiar with it only by reputation.
No, I unfortunately can't hear any of the audio, so you
see, this is resolvable because I can stop feeding you the program feed, and now that we're in a proper video game, I can just feed you the video game directly. So give me one moment here, chat, while I maneuver the technical magics about here.
Did you have to download and install that?
No, Sayonara Wild Hearts was already installed.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. It is time for one of my favorite games, a critical tool in the cracking of my egg. And I think many other people's, it just happened. It happened at that right time when everybody was weird and introspective because of the pandemic. And anyway, here we go. Sayonara Wild Hearts.
Long ago,
Yeah,
a
Cat-
harmonious universe existed beyond ours, and 3 divine arcana watched over it. But one night, a cursed arcana intersected the astral highways, and along with her star-crossed allies, they stole all harmony and hid it in their vile hearts. Before the divine trio started to fade, they created a heroine from the shards of a broken heart and hoped that she would one day be strong enough to save their world.
I will say, there's going to be a bit of a flashing lights warning because the whole game is going to look like this or slightly more intense on occasion. So, yeah.
Yeah. Kat says that she showed Sayonara Wild Hearts to her girlfriend a few weeks ago. She got a little frustrated while playing, then it ended, and she collapsed crying into my arms because it touched her so much. And that basically was because this is the first game you had me play. I remember when you were living in a house with a dog, and I remember being on your bed and you had your laptop and you hooked up a controller to it so I could play it because I'm a baby that needs a controller, and you shared it with me, and I did get very frustrated playing it because I'm not great at it, but then I would pass the controller to you and you'd get me through some parts, and yeah, I found it incredibly resonant and meaningful.
I'm seeing some encoder hiccups. I do apologize. I don't know what's going on with my computer lately.
You do need some new stuff.
Yeah, but Sayonara Wild Hearts shouldn't be stressing anything. I will say this: it is hot in here. I did blow out the computer the other day, like cleaned out all the dust. So I don't know. We're probably still having heat issues because it's just fucking hot.
Yeah, I'm really lucky in that I have my office is in the basement. It is actually quite cold. Like I need to have a blanket. I need to be wrapped up in a blanket to be in this room, and it's definitely preferable to what you got going on there.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm just watching you play and thinking like, should I say something? But there's the music and the visual, and Kat says basement. What is this luxury? I don't know if I'd describe our basement as a luxury. It floods a lot. That's not great.
There's a definite serious mold problem down there from all the flooding.
I mostly breathe okay, though.
Yeah, we have a pretty serious air filter in that room.
Yeah.
Tried to get clever.
Didn't I just recently have a cough, Amabel? I did. I don't think that's from mold because I've been in this basement for a while, and then it. I think what happened is we had left windows open overnight in the bedroom, and I'm right next to the window, and I think I just dried out my throat. and then it just was damaged for, I don't know, two months about is what I would estimate. Okay, so a good point for Flakes. I'll have to. These are like the only good quick time events I've ever seen, and the only stylish quick time events I've ever seen in the game. I mean, it counts as quick time, right?
Could you not say insane things that people are going to argue with while I'm...
You know what I mean, though.
I'm trying to focus over here.
You know what I mean.
Vengeance indeed.
Oh, I really like this song. Sorry, I didn't know I was singing.
Ooh. I think I did okay there.
What's that?
I think I did
Yeah,
okay
you
there.
did great.
My overall score is pretty all right to this point. I took that one kind of silly death, but I can never remember the diamonds in that one. I think for the floating one, you have to go all the way to the bottom.
The one with the puppies.
Yeah. It took me a second to put together what you might be talking about, but yeah. Yeah, okay. All right.
People are talking about running for political office, and I encourage people to do so. They can make a difference and something you're passionate about. I ran for office once. It was a mistake for me. I
Not
did better
really
for other
not really
people.
due to an abundance of passion, as I understand it.
No, I mostly ran as a shit post. I didn't know what shit posts were at the time. But that basically was what I was doing. Oh yeah, this one's a extra flashy.
It sure is.
I don't think politics are disallowed here, Alex. No, I mean, first of all, everything is political.
Yeah, I mean,
politics is just about how people relate to power and how power relates to people.
yeah,
And we're all affected by that.
the personal is inherently political. That's just the reality of the situation.
And,
Certain politics are disallowed here in the sense that I'll ban your ass.
Yeah. What office did I ran for mayor of my hometown. The mayor had died, and so there was a special election. And because of the rules of special election, it wasn't going to be a primary. It was just if you could get 100 signatures, you were on the ballot. So me and 11 other people were on the ballot.
This might be a
placed
tough moment for storytelling. This song.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the loud part's over.
I mean, that was pretty much the whole story, though.
Okay.
I got the signatures, got on the ballot, I got 6th place.
I shouldn't have gone for that. That was... So I did go for it again. I'm just going to stay over here this time.
Hey.
Yeah, those first-person driving sequences are definitely the part of this that I still find most difficult.
Oh, you did really well.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for being distracting.
No, you weren't being distracting. I meant when I said that, I meant like you're not super above the game in the mix, and that's a loud song. And like I thought you were getting drowned out.
What do the wolves represent anything in particular?
I think that a lot of the metaphor of the game is pretty squishy. So I'd be hesitant to try to assign like real tight symbolism to any element. But I think the implication there is definitely like she ended up running with, you know, some people who are a little bit wild for her, probably on the back of a romantic entanglement with one, or if we're honest, maybe more than one of them. And in that case, you know, you could definitely see the wolves as just sort of like representing like the nature of the thing, the wildness of it. I mean, like it doesn't take a rocket scientist to ascribe sort of a vibe, let's say, to the mushroom trip, and so
I'm thinking about this a lot actually because when I did one of my video essays, the mechanism of the metaphor one, I had a section originally where I talked about this game and its metaphors, and I kind of cut it because I couldn't quite make it concrete enough for the
Yeah.
video because it's not really a concrete thing, and so much of it is carried by the music and the visual. I think people can maybe find this because it's kind of an arcade game and very story light, kind of like, well, what is the thematic stuff there? But the music carries so much of the resonance more than any kind of plot thing or thing you can point to. And a lot of it's vibes, and certainly those wolves had a vibe. Cat suggests the wolves simply represent the lesbian desire to be pinned down by a large, muscular, but caring werewolf den mother. And maybe. I know some people who want that.
Yeah, and I think like anything that's highly stylized and not given to like a single easy pin down. A lot of the way you read the symbols is going to have to do with your own experience of the world.
Right.
Like I know I certainly have there's certainly something in my past that I feel is evoked pretty strongly by this section. The sort of like, not to put too fine a point on it, the two-faced person who can just sort of snap and reality is whatever they need it to be at that moment.
Cool.
And maybe it reads a little bit differently to people who've not been in a relationship like that.
It's a good point by Metrodon that the Forest and Wolf section being all rural is a pretty sharp contrast to the whole city section. And I think it's interesting that with that kind of pastoral kind of section, that the wolves are like also robots because of like the whole biker thing, but also I don't know. I think there's something there. You have a character who is
Sweetie.
okay. So what I was saying is that you have a character who's pretty clearly like alienated from herself in some ways, and so I think having a sequence that is where there's a lot of nature that feels of a piece because there's a way in which particular kinds of alienation feel very modern. I don't know.
Talking over a boss song. What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. I was responding to chat.
I know, but you gotta pick your moments, you know? Yeah, you get vengeance, okay. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to derail discussion. But I do really like that song in particular.
And I appreciate you saying something.
Darn. I do not think my score is super good anymore, by the way. I thought I was doing quite well. But I've missed a lot of diamonds in silly places. I don't know what percentage of your overall score the diamonds are. You know, they're just the single biggest number, so they feel really important. Yeah, so that's an interesting way to connect with it, dear Spider-Man. I think that in a lot of ways, this is really a story of a woman's one important relationship that she's going through and the challenges that she's facing in that relationship. It's just that, you know, the challenges are other people mostly, or the challenges are she connects them to other people because that's how she encounters them, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing at the end, you know, the sequence which we'll get to, of course, which is just so beautiful and so moving. It kind of recontextualizes those people also as her, as parts of her, and I think that's
the sort of the versions of them that you encounter in this space are definitely like the things that she is carrying of her encounter with them, right?
And then so in a way the very stylized kind of presentation for each of the people, you know, it's things she tried on, people that she was with with someone, and no, Alex, it's not a particularly long game.
Yeah, we're like 70% of the way through. I can't believe I did that.
Oh no, what an irritating stick. Spider-Man says our life experiences change our view of games quite a lot, I find. And I would agree. I think that's true of all art.
For sure, yeah.
Because all art, in a way, the meaning is created in collaboration between the work and the people experiencing it. I've had films coming back to where they changed radically as I've grown older. But I think with games, because of just the interactive nature of the medium, it's a lot more pronounced.
Well, the thing I always used to say when I teach art, the thing I say is like there is no way. The piece of art itself does exist in some objective way, but there's no way to experience a piece of art except through the lens of your own subjectivity. You literally can't just see the thing. You will always understand the thing with the mind that you brought with you. And that mind is made up, at least partially, of your own experiences and stuff. A good way to think about it is like you're always looking at a thing through sort of like glasses, the glasses of your own experience, and there is stuff that is etched on those lenses, you know?
Yeah, exactly. The example I come to a lot is the film Faces. Which the first time I saw it, I was like, this is such a dumb movie. Why is anyone like this? And then I got a little older and had been hurt a little bit, and I was like, okay, well, now I saw it again. I was like, well, now I get it. Now I resonate with these characters and what they're going through. And I got older, saw it again. I was like, well, no, these people are dumb. But so it just changes over time as you have those experiences. That's quite a title, Love Dead City. That's just, oof.
And as long as we're like approaching this with our analysis mode and stuff, like it is interesting that Love Dead City is the one where the adversary, so to speak, is the youngest. This feels like something that happened during childhood or. I definitely feel worse at this game today than I usually am.
You didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
I never get a lot of sleep.
I mean, I understand that, but I'm giving you an out. Take it.
No, vengeance.
My vengeance is I am kind to you.
One of us has to wreak the vengeance upon me. And if it won't be you, then I'll do it.
always forget about that.
How?
I know. I think it's a good example of how things kind of melt into each other, like just the fluidity to all the visual metaphors that are really something special.
Hesitated.
voices of the three divine arcana echoed from the beyond. And through the wind, their words soared. From the shards of your broken heart, the real peril has risen. You have restored the lost harmony by your own. Now you must go and find harmony. Sayonara. Not long ago, in a town much like yours, there was a young woman who fell out of love, asleep, away. For years she fell through spirals of sadness and anger until she could not fall any deeper and fell right back into her grave.
What's the word? Does that thing have a name? When familiar surroundings just don't look the same, do you think that it's strange? It's my way, I suppose. I'm just not
Yeah, I hear you, fake Alex Blue. It's still the last bit of this puts me in tears, and I've played this probably 30 times.
Yeah.
I feel like I tell this story every time we do it, but this game it came around at a very important time for me, and it just like it was like scratching at something, like in Control, the thing she says about the poster, right? It's just like it's starting to come loose, and I can tell something's coming loose, but I can't quite get a hold of it yet, and it's driving me crazy. And so yeah, that I played it the first week I had it. I played through it probably 10 times, trying to be like, what is it? What are you trying to tell me? I got there eventually.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Wild Hearts.
Game standing on the back of the couch, screaming as loud as it can. You're a girl, dumbass.
That's a pretty good score.
It is not. That's a crummy score. It's a lot lower than my. And it's like 100,000 points lower than what I believe is my current. Yeah, just about 100,000 solid. Thank you for saying so, though.
Do you think this game would work without the score?
Sure. I mean, well, so I don't think that the game needs necessarily. Let me take us back to the gas cave here. I don't think the game needs the score as a score, but I do think the game needs the score as the thing that the score is suggestive of. Like, you know, the score is part of the fucking panoply of, how do I want to put this? I don't want to say video game references, because it's mostly not specific references, but it's just like this all these pieces of the structure of video games in general, where video games in general, meaning, you know, of a certain period, video games in general between 1985 and 1995-ish, perhaps. There's a lot of evocation, very little of it, very little of it as direct and specific as I would want for the use of the word reference, with, you know, the possible exceptions here and there on the, you know, you can't but make a thing with the video, you know, with the mushrooms that make you grow. Like, we all owe a lot.
Alice in Wonderland.
We all owe a lot to a lot of things, but we owe more to Mario than to most of them. That's just being honest, right? Like,
yeah. So we're in the post stream on my birthday stream.
Oh, let me put the post stream text thing. But you know, do we want to talk about the Sayonara a little bit here, or do we want to just?
Yeah,
like, are you eager to get out?
Why don't we talk about Sayonara a little bit, and
just
and
if people would like, if people have stuff to say, you know.
Because you know what I recommend to people, or recommend to people from this week?
What's that?
The games that you played today on stream.
They're all real good.
Yeah.
So I saw a little bit. I really was not looking over very much. I saw a little bit of discussion of the tarot here, like, yeah, Fake Alex Blue saying how much the audience has knowledge of tarot may also be significant as a thing with a lot of baked-in meaning and symbolism. Yeah, their selection of particular cards at particular moments, you know, it's, and the way those cards are represented, because some of them are a little non-standard.
Yeah.
You know, some of them are, they're mostly like pretty evocative of the Rider Waite, but of course within the game's own sort of simplified style. But I don't know. Yeah, there's you could do some sort of like diving into the commonly understood readings of those cards, and as someone who has done that, let me tell you, it's not going to get you any more concrete symbolism than what you already have. It's just more vibes. It's sort of vibes all the way down. Sweet, sweet birthday vengeance. Let's see a lot of vengeance in the chat. Robin Bennett says 100K is a mediocre transition. Excuse me, that was 1,000,000 points. That was 1,000,000 points. My mediocre transition.
Also,
1.1 million.
Everyone responds to it differently, and we don't. All trans people are beautiful. We don't judge. Thank you, Robin. Thank you for retracting your statement. I feel like I've been a little mean to Robin today, more than I've been to you. So
I would agree with that.
apologized.
Well done, Steph.
So how
the thing that drove me crazy about this game when it came out, aside from the fact that it like I said, it felt like it was pulling at something that was coming loose, was that like in the sort of, I was reading articles about it and stuff in the gaming press, and just like nobody was talking about how it was a transition story. Like I saw no articles even mentioning that it's obviously the story of a young woman being driven by the trauma of a breakup, to sort of like realize herself and then transition. And I don't know if that's the majority reading now. I think that it's like, obviously that's the story I was living through in that moment. Right, was
Yeah.
a relationship of like 11 or 12 years, just absolutely destroyed me, and yeah, in the wake of like, am I going to survive this or not? Yeah, that stuff happening. So like, it's definitely like, I was like, why isn't anybody talking about this? Why is nobody seeing it? It's fully like I was looking through myself at it and being like, why doesn't anybody see what this looks like? Because I was mostly seeing myself. But I still think I'm right about it too. It's just coincidentally. Anyway, it does seem like Robin's enjoying it. So maybe happy birthday to Robin as well.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
All right, so post-stream stuff. Seems like the
Post-stream.
chatter about the game and the symbolism and stuff has died down. I do want to say though, I do think it's interesting to me that like Love Dead City and like the most violent part of the game, the part of the game where the most shooting happens, and she really she kicks the shit out of that kid. She hits that kid so much more and so much harder than she hits the other bosses. It is interesting that it is a kid, and I think it's sort of to me it sort of evokes an injury sustained and carried for a long time.
Yeah, and there's certainly ways I could read it in the context of like internal family systems, psychology and whatnot. If I wanted to get all academic about it, and yeah, I think it is an interesting point there, sweetheart.
Anyway, hey, it's the post stream. This is the part of the.
You're smart and insightful. I love you, and I love your face.
It's the part of the thing where we talk about the stuff that we have loved during the past week. Help people find stuff that they can love. Listen, if you loved it, somebody else might too. We've had some real smashing successes here. I have been recommended things that I would almost certainly have missed otherwise. So, what do we got? Steph says I picked Northgard back up to refamiliarize. Yeah, Northgard's cool. Northgard is a cool, fun game that we took a bit of a look at in 4X school. I see a Phoenix Protocol in the chat. Is Phoenix Protocol the name of that game? What's that? Am I thinking it's the X? No, you know what? Never mind. Phoenix. Okay. Phoenix Point is the name of the game I was thinking of.
Phoenix Wright.
Phoenix Wright is not the name of the game I was thinking of.
Okay.
Der Spider-Man says, Northgard I haven't played, but I played a bit of Dune Spice Wars recently. That's a very similar. There's a lot of overlap there. Good stuff going on in the real-time 4X space. Fake Alex Blue. I think I missed what you were talking about. Did you mean Phoenix Protocol in the sense of the put yourself back together after the terrible breakup thing, or was it a reference to something that I'm just not familiar with? Obviously, Best Vendor and Hollander points out there is, of course, a huge Steam sale going on. There's lots of stuff is very on sale. Obviously, if there's anything you've been looking at, thinking about. Been watching a Pathfinder Kingmaker playthrough, if that counts. Hey, listen, if the playthrough is good, feel free to give them a plug here.
Yeah.
Z Falcon King is talking about Drop Duchy. Would you like to play base building Tetris with Renaissance themes? It's an interesting Drop Duchy is an interesting game. We played it a little bit We ended up not doing a video on the demo, but we did play the demo for a while, and it is an interesting implementation of base building mechanics. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it, where you are, first of all, you know, you have obviously the falling blocks thing, but secondly, the mechanics of the base, the mechanics of the game force you to build both your base and the opponent's base, and you are trying to sort of like minimize the effectiveness of their shit while maximizing your own. I think it's a neat idea. They did some cool stuff with that. Steph also brings up, I saw the TV glow. Hey, that's a great film. Let me just say this. Hey cis folks, hey cis people in my audience. If you found Sayonara Wild Hearts quite moving, perhaps in a way that you don't fully feel like you grappled with, maybe give I Saw the TV Glow a watch, and just to see where you end up after that.
Yes, there are cis people in her audience, Kat.
There's gotta be. There ain't enough trans people on the planet, like numbers wise.
Yeah.
We are so few. Dear Spider-Man said played a bit of Soul Frame. That one needs more work. I think that was my conclusion on it too. It is a little bit early. It's cool looking. It's neat to look at. Is about where I'm at on Soul Frame.
So what are you going to recommend?
Gosh, I hope my audience isn't getting close to half and half cis and trans, because like I need to get paid. Not that I don't.
Yeah,
not
people
that
don't have money.
Not that we don't love you, other trans folk. But first of all, yeah, trans people don't have money, and secondly, again, there are so few of us. I'd like to have more. I'd like to have a larger audience than that. Basvinder and Hollander says they started listening to Electric Callboy. They do a lot of fun metal stuff. I've seen it called Partycore. That's interesting. I've not heard of that, but that sounds like a thing I might be into. I like some good upbeat metal. You know, I'm not so into the sludgy kind of like Mastodon-y sort of thing. Party metal's good. Amabel, did you have anything you wanted to say except for, besides the stuff that we played today?
You know what I've been watching on YouTube lately?
What's that?
Is episodes of Championship Bridge with Charles Gorin.
Okay.
There's like 30 episodes there. If you want to watch people play bridge professionally in 1960 and have commentators talk about it like it's a sporting event.
Bridge is a very mysterious game.
Yeah, it's certainly something that was like super popular among, say, our parents' generation or even our grandparents' generation, and was doesn't really have the same cultural relevance now, and it's really I don't know, it's a fascinating thing to look at. It reminds me a bit of when you show me and bear with me here, when you show me like Counter-Strike matches or Dota, where I don't understand what the commentators are saying. It's so thick with jargon and like assumed knowledge.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a fascinating thing to look at on.
Yeah.
How about you?
Man, I love listening to Counter-Strike commentary. That's the thing I could do. You love hearing that a guy peaked but got opt down banana. Well, I put on a little bit of Counter-Strike, and Amabel was just like, "What is even like? How do you parse this shit? Like what is even happening here?" I think the thing I'm going to recommend, aside from all the games that we played, is just, you know, I've been in a not the greatest place to emotionally lately, and also my health. But I try to talk about it too much, but my health is like gone all the way to shit, and I've just been feeling really bad. And you know what I have done a few times now, when I'm feeling really bad, and it's good every single time, is I rewatch The Expanse. Y'all heard of this show, The Expanse? It's based on some novels. I've never read any of the novels. They're probably pretty good. My guess is they're pretty good. But I have seen the television show. 6 seasons, hardish sci-fi. It's like hard sci-fi with one way out there, basically magical element. It's not really magical. It's, it's science magical. But it's, oh man. Oh, I love it. So The Expanse is so good. It's definitely like way up there on my best TV series of all time list. Extraordinary performances, really great writing, very, very smart. Very smart about its class politics in particular. The Expanse is a very class-conscious show that is, in a lot of ways, about how there is no war but the class war. God, it's good. Also, holy shit, there are so many hot people in the future. It's crazy. Everybody on that show is insanely hot. How excited am I for Owlcat's Expanse RPG? The answer is I'm cautiously excited. Whenever somebody's adapting something that means a lot to you, there's always the little
Yeah.
You always have a concern. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Well, I think this is about
Fake Alex Blue asks, "Is the TV show done yet?" It is. Yeah, it is. There were 3 seasons that were funded and produced by Sci-Fi, I believe, and then the show got canceled, and Amazon picked it up and produced 3 more seasons of it, and then it's done. It is.
Yeah, what I heard specifically is that Jeff Bezos was a big fan, which is insane to me.
Yeah.
Because how?
Yeah, it's like Obama's favorite TV show being The Wire. It's like, motherfucker, would you please learn something from the media that you're watching? It's like all the fucking right wingers watching The Boys and going, well, surely they don't mean me. Ugh.
Well, on that note,
Okay.
I bring my birthday vengeance to a close. How did you enjoy being the recipient of my devious vengeance?
I enjoyed it an awful lot. As I sort of figured I would. Here's the real actual thing is you're an incredible sweetheart.
Oh no.
You're one of the kindest and sweetest people I've ever known.
Vengeance be done on me.
So take that. This is my vengeance upon you. I have seen you, and I am helping others to see you as well.
All right. Well, we will see you all next week for a stream, and during the week there probably will be some videos and
yeah, we are gonna miss a stream.
The week after that.
It's the week after that. Sunday the 13th. Right?
Yeah.
So there will be a stream next week. There will not be a stream the week after that because I'm going on vacation. Fuck y'all. I'm gonna. My other partner is coming up for a week, and I am going to spend some time with her and just kind of like try to spend that whole week just relaxing and being a service top. Well, because it's not really relaxing, right? Like I'm actively taking care of another person, but that's sort of like comforting for me. I mean, it is what it is. Listen, there will be videos during that week. We have gotten ahead on some. So we have recorded some things already. So there will be a whole week load of videos in that time, but there will not be a stream. So yeah, that's gonna be it for us for today. Amabel failed to close the stream with finality. You got to slam the door. The latch doesn't, if you don't hit the thing hard enough. that's going to be it for us for today. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Survive. Come back. You can't watch the stream next week if you're not around next week to see the stream. So come back, hang out with us. There's going to be new stuff coming this week, and enjoy it all. Find something to love. Spend some time loving something today. Peace.